Here, life is a gamble. Every moment could be the last. Predator and prey are a single heartbeat apart. And death is a constant shadow. A radiant dawn breaks across the vast plains of the Serengeti, casting a golden sheen on one of the most iconic landscapes on Earth. Here in East Africa, life is orchestrated by the ancient cycles of the seasons and the migration of the great herds. For the millions of creatures that call these grasslands home, each new day begins not with peace, but with a harsh test of survival. In this wild world, the line between life and death is often as fragile as a dry blade of grass underfoot. Yet it is this very fragility that forges the most extraordinary sagas in the natural world. On a high termite mound, a slender figure surveys the grasslands with intense focus. This is a cheetah, the fastest land animal on the planet. The distinctive black tear, marks running from its eyes to its mouth, are not just for identification. They help reduce the sun's glare, a critical advantage for a diurnal hunter. Not far away, a herd of Thomson's gazelles is grazing, utterly unaware of the danger that silently draws near. Unlike other great cats, the cheetah relies not on brute strength, but on an explosive burst of speed and a highly refined anatomy. It inches closer with immense patience, using every dry bush and its own spotted coat to merge perfectly with the ochre of the savannah. And then, the moment of detonation arrives. Its flexible spine coils and uncoils like a powerful spring, launching its body forward to speeds of over 60 miles an hour in just a few seconds. Each stride can span up to 23 feet, while its long tail acts as a rudder, providing balance during high-speed turns. However, Thomson's gazelles are also masters of agility. They execute a series of zigzagging leaps to disrupt their pursuers' momentum. For the cheetah, this is an all-or-nothing wager. Its lungs and heart work at maximum capacity, causing its body temperature to rise dangerously fast. If the chase lasts longer than a minute without a successful takedown, it must abandon the hunt to avoid fatal overheating. Today, the gazelle's agility prevails. It escapes by the narrowest of margins, leaving the predator exhausted under the fierce sun. A challenging start, and proof that in the Serengeti, extraordinary speed is sometimes not enough. Not far away, a herd of plains zebra ambles through the tall grasses of the savannah. Their iconic black and white striped coats create a strange visual effect known to scientists as motion dazzle. When the herd runs together, the interlocking stripes make it incredibly difficult for a predator to single out an individual from the chaotic mass of patterns. But the predators here have had millions of years to perfect the art of outwitting their prey. A pride of lionesses is silently coordinating an attack, using teamwork to break through the zebra's visual defenses. Each member of the pride has a specific role, from the drivers on the flanks to the hidden killers waiting downwind. Suddenly, a lioness bursts from cover, sending the zebra herd scattering in panic. In the ensuing chaos, a lone zebra is driven directly into the ambush set by the rest of the pride. With a precise pounce and the full weight of its body, the great cat brings its prey down into the dust. In the Serengeti, however, a meal is seldom enjoyed in peace. The scent of fresh blood quickly attracts the most formidable opportunists of the plains, the spotted hyenas. They are not mere scavengers, but intelligent hunters with complex social structures and immense clan strength. Hyenas may wait for hours, using their unsettling laughing calls to exert psychological pressure and probe for any weakness to steal the kill. This confrontation between two of the top predators is one of the most dramatic chapters in the ongoing saga of survival. Through an atmosphere thick with the scent of blood and death, a herd of Cape buffalo advances like an unstoppable, colossal entity. But within the herd, the extreme tension of facing an enemy has inadvertently ignited an unexpected internal conflict. Overwhelmed by adrenaline and dominance instincts, two large bulls suddenly turn on each other instead of their common foe. They lower their heavy heads so that the massive bony shields at the base of their horns collide with the force of a moving truck. The dry crack of bone on bone rings out, drowning the growls of the lions and the eerie laughter of the hyenas. This contest of strength creates a vortex of chaos, causing the entire herd to stampede wildly as dust billows up, obscuring all vision. In the natural world, the uncontrolled fury of these one-ton behemoths is a threat no predator dares to face. Realizing the situation has become too dangerous and unpredictable, the lions and hyenas are forced into a retreat to avoid being crushed underfoot. The battle for a carcass has now transformed into an arena of raw power where order is settled by thunderous blows. Beneath the red dust, the zebra is now just a speck in the midst of the herd's uncontainable rage. From the twilight shadows, the wise giants begin to appear, their steps slow and majestic on the parched earth. These are African elephants, the world's largest terrestrial animals and the true engineers of this savanna ecosystem. Led by a seasoned matriarch, the herd navigates using precise memories of water sources passed down through generations. Their trunks are biological marvels, containing over 40,000 individual muscles, strong enough to fell a tree, yet delicate enough to caress a calf. Their very presence reshapes the landscape. By pushing over shrubs and small trees, they help maintain the open grasslands essential for migratory species. The waterholes they dig with their tusks and feet during the dry season are a lifeline not only for themselves, but for hundreds of other species. In a world filled with the brutal competition of tooth, claw, and horn, the elephants represent a power tempered by wisdom and deep family bonds. Their calm demeanor is like a quiet, grounding note, easing the tension of a long and tumultuous day in the wild. As the crimson sun sinks below the horizon, a stillness once again settles over the Serengeti. The breathtaking chases and fierce conflicts of the day are now just memories, dissolving into the night. Though one individual has fallen, its sacrifice will sustain dozens of other lives, from the hyena clan to the microorganisms in the soil. This is the true essence of the natural world, a closed, continuous cycle, where death nourishes life, and loss makes way for new beginnings. In this delicate, yet powerful equilibrium, every single creature plays a vital role, ensuring the pulse of our living planet never ceases. As the first stars begin to glitter in the immense sky above, the Serengeti settles into a watchful slumber, ready for another journey of survival at tomorrow's dawn. On the savannah, silence is not peace, but a shroud for death. In a fleeting lapse of concentration, a zebra has entered the crosshairs of a killing machine. Three seconds to escape. But as the shadow of the lioness descends, all instinct is too late. Here, it is the lioness who leads the charge. While the male hangs back to protect, the lioness cedes the first bite to him, a reflection of the pride's strict social order. The lion is the only cat to live in a complex social group. Its members cooperate in the hunt, in defense, and in the raising of the young. The male's thick mane not only impresses the females, but also acts as a form of armor, shielding his neck and head during combat. A lion's roar can echo for up to 5 miles. It is both a declaration of territory and a way for members to locate one another in the dark. Young males are driven from the pride at around 2 to 3 years of age, forced to find or conquer a new territory of their own. Though it may seem merciless, this is a common survival strategy, ensuring that the genes of the dominant male are passed on. A lion's territory can span from 8 to over 150 square miles. The pride's male patrols its boundaries, marking them with scent and roaring to warn off intruders. During the dry season, grazers must drink often, concentrating around the few remaining water sources, which become, for the lions, a veritable feast. The dry season forces the lions to rely more on stamina than on speed. Although they can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, they can maintain it for only a short burst, relying instead on group ambushes. Even as the rulers of the savannah, lions spend some 16 to 20 hours a day at rest, conserving their energy. However, lion populations are in decline across many regions due to the loss of their prey. It is a stark reminder of the fragile balance between predator and prey. In the grand panorama of the Serengeti, there is a predator whose very existence is synonymous with stealth, the Nile crocodile. When the great rains fall, the arid hollows along the Grumeti River are reborn as deep pools. For weeks on end, they can lie motionless, their bodies concealed in the murky water. Only their eyes and nostrils break the surface, transforming them into living traps, patiently awaiting their moment. The rainy season brings an abundance of water, drawing herbivores to quench their thirst and rest. Lurking near the waterholes, the Nile crocodiles make the most of this opportunity. With large prey, they will drag their victim underwater to drown it, then perform their infamous death roll to tear the carcass apart. One of their most astonishing traits is their tolerance for hunger. A mature crocodile can go for months without a meal. It is this ability that allows them to lie in ambush for weeks without any loss of strength. This patience is aided by a biological marvel, a 4-chambered heart. Unlike most reptiles, they possess a special valve, the foramen of Panizza, which allows them to shunt blood away from the lungs when submerged. This enables them to hold their breath for over an hour, turning patience into a lethal biological weapon. While the water's surface shows barely a ripple, deep inland, a majestic, low rumble is heard the African bush elephant. Moving in herds, like living tanks, they crush the undergrowth with every powerful step. The elephant is never truly alone. At their side are companions like the cattle egret and the red-billed oxpecker, forming a unique symbiotic relationship. Their diet shifts with the seasons, from the lush new grass that makes up 70% of their intake to woody plants when the dry season arrives. Elephant families are led by a matriarch, a seasoned and experienced female. Their bodies are masterpieces of natural engineering. Enormous ears help to dissipate heat, and wrinkled skin retains moisture, but their true power lies in the versatile trunk. It can draw water to spray over their bodies for cooling, and dig deep into dry riverbeds to find underground springs, creating wells for many other species. Their connections extend far beyond what human ears can detect. Elephants communicate using infrasonic rumbles, low-frequency vibrations that travel through the ground for dozens of miles. These seismic calls allow herds to warn of danger or signal the way to water. As ecosystem engineers, elephants reshape the landscape, breaking branches and pushing over small trees, which clears the way for new vegetation to grow. They are also great sowers, dispersing seeds through their dung, enriching the soil and sustaining biodiversity. As dusk settles, the herd moves on, leaving behind a land they have remade. As the African elephants pass, leaving openings in the canopy, the Maasai giraffe steps quietly into view. They have no need to clear a path. Their height already grants them access to the highest foliage. This is the tallest giraffe subspecies and the tallest terrestrial animal on the planet. A fully grown adult can stand up to 19 feet tall, its neck accounting for nearly half that height. This unique body structure allows them to browse on treetops that few other herbivores can reach. However, this extraordinary height becomes a critical vulnerability when they need to bend down to drink. They must splay their forelegs wide or kneel, a perilous posture. In that moment, they become an easy target for predators like lions and leopards. To stay safe, they often choose wide, open drinking spots, drink quickly, and then immediately raise their heads to scan for threats. A notable social behavior during the rainy season is their tendency to form temporary, unstructured groups. A group may consist of individuals of all ages and sexes, gathering for short periods around browse-rich trees or water sources. Although there is no hierarchy, gathering in a group offers a strategic advantage. More eyes mean earlier detection of predators. Since 2019, the Maasai giraffe has been listed as an endangered species. In just 3 decades, their numbers have plummeted by roughly 50%. The primary causes include habitat loss, poaching for meat and body parts, and growing conflict with humans over land. On the acacia branches, recently stripped by the Maasai giraffes, a slight movement stirs the lower limbs. A vervet monkey swings from one branch to another, its sharp, intermittent calls echoing through the woodland. Small in stature but striking in appearance, the vervet monkey impresses with its silver-grey coat and black face. Its long tail provides perfect balance as it navigates the treetops. A unique feature of the adult male is a patch of pale blue skin on the abdomen, an important visual signal in social communication. These monkeys are true opportunists. During the rainy season, their diet is incredibly rich, from fruits and seeds to insects and young leaves. At the first sign of danger, such as the shadow of a leopard or the wing beat of a martial eagle, one of them will emit a piercing alarm call. What is astonishing is that they possess an extremely complex language of alarm. They use different calls for different types of predators. A bark might mean leopard, and the troop will climb to the highest treetops. A short cough could signify eagle, prompting the troop to look to the sky and seek cover. A chattering AA sound means snake, and the troop will stand on their hind legs to scan the ground. It is an intelligent and effective early warning system. As the echoes of the primate calls fade, a black-backed jackal moves across the forest floor with a quiet confidence. Its coat is a clever mix of silver grey, rust brown, and a bold black saddle running down its back. Its pointed ears and keen eyes act as a radar system. Weighing only 13 to 29 pounds, these jackals may seem small, but they are agile, intelligent, and exceedingly cunning. The black-backed jackal is a shrewd hunter, capable of hunting alone or in pairs. During the rainy season, when life flourishes, their menu becomes incredibly rich and varied. When the scent of a large carcass drifts on the humid air, their sharp sense of smell can detect it from over a mile away. They live in monogamous pairs. A mated pair may stay together for life, hunting and raising their young together. Black-backed jackals play a vital role in the woodland ecosystem. They are the silent cleaners, helping to decompose carcasses and control rodent populations. Once more, we turn our eyes to the sky. But this time, it is a streak of vibrant, delicate color against the damp post-rain sky. The lilac-breasted roller spreads its wings like a living rainbow, adorned with shades of purple, green, blue, and a touch of pink on its breast. Though only about 14 inches long, this bird has an unmistakable, characteristic flight. As it soars, it often performs spectacular aerial acrobatics. These dives and twists in mid-air are not just an impressive hunting tactic, but also part of the courtship display during the breeding season. The damp weather after a rain draws insects out from their hiding places, and this is a golden time for the lilac-breasted roller. This bird does not gather in large flocks, but usually moves in pairs. They hold small territories, often centered around a tall cluster of trees near an open clearing. When the last of the rain dissolves into the valley, it sounds a silent bell, signaling the start of a great journey. There is no grand beginning, only the steady, thundering rhythm of hooves crushing the young grass underfoot. The great migration to the west and towards the regions around the Grumeti and Mara rivers begins, with over 2 million individuals on the move. Along the way, the animals pass through acacia woodlands and riverine forests. These are distinctive ecological transition zones, offering shade, moisture, and patches of new grass. Pausing in the acacia groves, the wildebeest graze on fresh shoots growing in the shade, which are high in phosphorus and nitrogen, essential for nursing mothers and their calves. Leading the migration are the plains, zebras, the natural pioneers and sentinels. With their height and keen eyes, they guide the herds and are the first to spot danger. In this green and seemingly tranquil space, Nile crocodiles lurk at the water's edge, a constant fear whispered among the herds. As the animals bend to drink, the glare of the water narrows their vision, and that is when the trap is sprung. Many wildebeest die not in the jaws of a crocodile, but in the ensuing chaos, trampled by their own kind. Leopards, too, wait patiently, using the dense trees at the forest edge for cover. At this time, the woodland becomes a vital crossroads, a living corridor where species gather to drink, feed, and elude the hand of fate. But not all will make it through. The weak, the young, or those who fall behind often vanish without a trace, and no one turns back for them. Long after the herds have passed, the woodland retains its silent record. Claw marks, wells dug by elephants, and broken tree trunks. And now the ecosystem shifts once again into a harsher phase. The leaves turn yellow, and many of the smaller streams run dry, leaving behind a cracked earth. The air grows dry and hot. During this period, wildfires are common, sparked by a combination of dry grass, strong winds, and rainless lightning. But rather than being destructive, these fires serve a vital purpose: clearing old vegetation, enriching the soil, and stimulating dormant seeds to germinate. As the dry season grips the woodland, even after nightfall, the temperature remains above 77 degrees Fahrenheit. But for the leopard, this is the perfect time. A solitary figure, silent yet commanding. Unlike the lion, who roars to assert his presence, the leopard uses silence to draw opportunity to itself. Its coat is a subtle blend of pale gold and black rosettes, allowing it to merge with the dry grass and tree bark. Each rosette pattern is a unique fingerprint. No two leopards are exactly alike. But this is not just about beauty. It is optical camouflage. The irregular edges of the black spots break up its body outline perfectly in the dappled light of the woodland, turning the predator into a true phantom. But this time of year brings a new opportunity: the waterholes, where thirst brings everything together. At these drinking spots, small and medium-sized animals must come to drink, and the leopard can wait and anticipate. Its main activity begins after dark. To claim a throne, the internal competition among leopards is fierce. A male leopard may kill cubs that are not his own. During the dry season, when resources are scarce, this behavior increases, but the females are not helpless. They move nimbly and change their dens to protect their young. The leopard closes in on its prey like a ghost, so silent that its very breath becomes a weapon. With eyes that pierce the darkness, it dispatches its target before the victim can even register that death is upon it. Its incredible strength allows it to haul prey twice its body weight up into branches more than 30 feet high. The impala, graceful creatures with ears ever turned to every sound. In the dry season, when fresh grass is scarce, Impala switch to browsing on leaves, shoots, and soft bark from low-lying trees. As the water sources shrink, the impala do not wander far. They are forced to concentrate around the last remaining pools. There, every step is a search for water and a watch for threats. The impala herd acts as a natural alarm system. They take turns on watch, ears pricked, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. In these difficult times, the territorial male impalas defend their ground more fiercely. The battles for dominance become more intense. The impala has no claws, no thick hide like the buffalo. Their only weapons are speed and reflexes. An impala can leap up to 10 feet high and 33 feet forward in a single bound. Yet sometimes, even constant vigilance is not enough. The weaker, the younger, the careless, or those exhausted by thirst, are often the ones left behind. However, the leopard's feast does not end there. Hidden in the red dust of the woodland, another target often comes into its sights. On the golden grasslands of the Serengeti, the silhouette of a warthog appears. A wild pig with curved tusks, known for kneeling on its front legs to dig for roots and tubers. This posture allows them to forage beneath the surface, even in the hard-baked soil of the woodland. Unlike many animals that hide in burrows during the day, the warthog is primarily active when the sun is high. At night, the warthog sleeps or takes shelter in burrows. They often use abandoned aardvark dens as their overnight refuge. When threatened, the warthog does not flee alone. It immediately dashes for its burrow, head held low, digging deeper to escape the predator's reach. The warthog plays a significant role in the leopard's hunting strategy. Though smaller than antelope, their regular availability makes them an attractive target. Ironically, it is their habit of being active during the day that makes them more vulnerable. They sleep in their burrows at night, then emerge at dawn and dusk, the peak activity hours for a leopard. The Serengeti woodland is also home to other large species, even during the harsh dry season. The African buffalo moves in herds of dozens, sometimes hundreds. Under the dry heat, the buffalo herd is in no hurry. They are well accustomed to the lack of water, relying instead on long-term memory to move between grazing patches and the few remaining water points. The social structure of the Cape buffalo herd is highly organized. A large, experienced bull acts as the leader, guiding the group's movements and reactions. At midday, the entire herd stops under the rare shade, not just to rest, but also to regulate their body temperature. But it is not just the heat or hunger that threatens the buffalo. Predators like lions still lurk silently at the herd's edge. However, the herd's tight-knit structure remains its most effective shield. When one member is threatened, the entire herd reacts almost instantly. The mobbing behavior, a collective charge to repel a predator, is what makes many hunters back down. A full-grown buffalo can charge at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour with curved horns that carry the weight of sledgehammers. The African buffalo has relatively poor eyesight and hearing, relying primarily on its highly developed sense of smell to detect danger. This is why they often gather in large groups and maintain close proximity to one another to compensate for their sensory limitations. Although they are herbivores, their diet is quite restricted, consisting mainly of dry grass. The dry season forces them to travel further to find enough food. The African buffalo also inspires fear in many other species. They are responsible for an estimated 200 human fatalities each year across Africa. That number surpasses most carnivores and even rivals lions and crocodiles. High above, while buffalo and impala struggle to protect their herds, another predator watches silently from a bare branch. It is the martial eagle, a powerful bird of prey with a wingspan of nearly 8.5 feet. This makes it the largest eagle in Africa. Its broad vision allows it to spot young monkeys or large birds moving in the canopy below. Once it has locked onto a target, it dives like an arrow, swift and precise. At this time of year, the hot winds often create rising air currents, which the martial eagle uses as highways in the sky. They can soar for hours, patrolling their hunting grounds without needing to flap their wings frequently. The presence of the martial eagle plays a crucial role in the woodland ecosystem. They help to control the populations of insectivorous birds and other smaller avian species. As the apex predator of the sky, the martial eagle helps to stabilize the ecosystem, much as the leopard does on the ground. However, their existence is increasingly fragile. The International Union for Conservation of Nature has listed the martial eagle as an endangered species since 2020. From the tranquil waters, millions of lesser flamingos gather, stretching across the lake like a vibrant pink carpet. The evolutionary history of the lesser flamingo spans millions of years, originating from ancestors that thrived in highly alkaline wetlands. Their long legs, reaching up to 5 feet, coupled with a light yet strong body, allow them to navigate soft mud and shallow waters with ease. Their distinctive curved beak, equipped with a sophisticated filtering mechanism, is an essential tool for harvesting algae and plankton. Here, they not only feed but also breed, completing an essential ecological cycle. The social nature of the lesser flamingo is indispensable to its survival. Large flocks, sometimes numbering up to 2 million individuals, provide protection against predators. Their feeding behavior is a remarkable example of nature's ingenuity. While holding their heads down in the water, their curved beaks filter algae and tiny organisms from the mineral-rich waters. The deeper pink coloration of the adults is a visual sign of health and readiness, playing a vital role in attracting a mate. As the woodlands thin out to the south and west, the central plains of the Serengeti emerge, an endless sea of grass stretching to the horizon. The terrain here is flat and vast, forming grasslands that seem to go on forever. This is a critical ecological transition zone within the Serengeti Plains system. The Central Plains are the ecological heart, a place where all migratory routes must pass and where some of Africa's most dynamic populations converge. As the curtain of the dry season falls upon the Serengeti Plains, a colossal current of life begins to move the blue wildebeest. They flow like a biological river of surging life. Their synchronized breeding strategy saturates predators with sheer numbers. Thousands of calves are born at almost the same time. This journey follows a path deeply ingrained in their instincts and collective memory. The herd operates with system and structure. Most are females and their young. During rest, the calves lie in the center, shielded by a wall of mothers. The blue wildebeest has a robust body, weighing from 330 to 550 pounds as an adult. Built for long-distance endurance, their bodies are energy efficient. To sustain this strength, a wildebeest consumes about 9 to 11 pounds of grass per day, preferring the young, soft shoots. The rainy season savanna becomes more alive than ever as the wildebeest lead the way. And right alongside them, the plains zebra moves in herds like a living wave of black and white. The zebra's diet consists mainly of grass, making up 96.9% of its food intake. They digest it quickly thanks to a simple digestive system. Zebras tend to eat the taller, coarser grasses on top, clearing the way for wildebeest to feed on the softer layers beneath. At the same time, the zebra serves as a visual shield for the group when danger approaches. Zebras live in small family groups, each led by a stallion with a few mares and their offspring. When these families gather into larger herds, their vigilance increases. The zebra's journey of survival is starkly defined by the long, dry season. As water sources diminish, the herds rely on their spatial memory to navigate. When the sun sets, zebras sleep standing up. But there is always one individual awake on guard duty. Their survival instinct is built on connection and constant awareness. The rainy season comes alive as the Thompson's gazelle displays its full survival instincts. They take advantage of the low-growing new grasses left behind after the zebras have cleared the taller layers. With speeds reaching 50 to 55 miles per hour, the Thompson's gazelle turns every leap and sharp turn into a tool for survival. The Thompson's gazelle is primarily a grazer, with grass comprising 96.9% of its diet. During the dry season, they migrate far in search of food and water, following the cycles of rain and grass growth across the plains. Their stotting strategy, high, V-shaped jumps, is a way of challenging predators. It is a display of speed and vitality. During the breeding season, the young are born almost simultaneously to reduce pressure from predators. This phenomenon is known as synchronized birthing, a clever survival tactic. On the vast grasslands, blending in with the color of the dry grass, something flashes by like the wind. But if you look closely, you will notice the small spots on its body, and that can only be the cheetah. The cheetah is the fastest land animal. It can reach 70 miles per hour in just a few seconds, rivaling a Ferrari. This is thanks to a lightweight skeleton, a slender body, powerful hind legs, and a long tail that acts as a rudder for balance. However, to achieve that speed, the cheetah has made trade-offs. A small, narrow head reduces wind resistance. But weak jaws and short canine teeth mean it cannot hold on to prey for long or fight off larger predators. On the savannah, the cheetah selects young or solitary individuals. Such prey tends to be slower and easier to catch. First, the cheetah often climbs a low termite mound or a ridge to observe the wind direction and the movement of the gazelles. When the distance closes to between 200 and 330 feet, the cheetah launches into a sprint. The chase is usually very short, less than 1,000 feet, as its body quickly tires and overheats. The cheetah's hunting success rate is quite high, around 40 to 50% in the Serengeti when hunting Thomson's gazelles. Cheetahs are most active at dawn and dusk when the temperature is cooler, and large predators, like lions or hyenas, are less active. However, cheetahs cannot climb like leopards because their claws are non-retractable. This helps them maintain grip while running, but it also prevents them from carrying their prey up a tree. As a result, the cheetah must eat its prey on the ground and cannot hide it. 12% of their kills are stolen by larger predators shortly after being taken down. Cheetahs have a very low reproductive rate, and the young are particularly vulnerable. In the wild, the mortality rate for cubs under 3 months old can be as high as 90%. In the fiery heart of Africa, where the sky seems to bleed into the earth, a river winds through the Golden Plains. This is the Masai Mara. This legendary river not only nourishes the vast land, but is also the lifeblood for millions of wild souls. Each year, as the dry season arrives, the Mara becomes the stage for the greatest migration on the planet. Herds of wildebeest, zebra, and Thomson's gazelle must face the perilous crossing, where the jaws of crocodiles lie hidden, waiting coldly to extinguish a life. In that moment, all of nature seems to hold its breath. Life and death are separated by a single leap. Kenya is a place where nature does not simply exist. It lives vibrant, fierce, and full of spirit. Across the Great Plains, amongst the scrub and woodlands, life is in constant, restless motion. The Big Five, the 5 iconic species of the African continent, appear one by one, the protagonists in a drama of the wild. There is the African elephant, silent yet majestic. The rhinoceros, mysterious and rare. The Cape buffalo, stubborn and resilient. The leopard, as graceful as a phantom. And, of course, the lion, the uncrowned king of the savannah. Kenya is also home to thousands of species of birds, antelope, giraffes, hippos, cheetahs, and countless reptiles, each a unique note in the grand symphony of survival. Among them all, it is the lion that commands nature itself to fall silent with its roar. With its magnificent golden mane, its regal gait, and its powerful gaze, the lion is a living symbol of strength and authority. The Masai Mara is Kenya's most famous reserve, where large prides of lions live in tightly organized social structures. Unlike the solitary image of other great cats, like the tiger or the leopard, the lion is a social animal. A dominant male, sometimes a coalition of brothers, leads a pride of related females and their young. These strong bonds, discipline, and clear roles create a collective as formidable as any tribe. The sun scorches the Kenyan savannah in the final days of the dry season, when the heat seems to crack the very earth. In this arid landscape, the Masai Mara River, though nearly depleted, remains a vital destination for countless species. A mighty herd of Cape buffalo, hundreds strong, moves slowly toward the riverbank, where a few muddy pools remain. Their curved horns, like weapons of war, glint in the sun. They lower their heads to drink, their massive bodies heaving in the oppressive heat. The few females rest in the sparse shade, while the young, covered in mud, stay close to their mothers. The air seems peaceful, but on the savannah, everything can change in an instant. Not far away, beneath a dry acacia tree, tawny shapes lie motionless in the tall grass. A pride of lions, several adult females, and an old male are resting, but their eyes are fixed on the buffalo herd. They need no signal, no sound. A single glance and a subtle flick of a tail are enough for the pride to understand that an opportunity is approaching. The wind shifts, carrying the thick scent of sweat and the sound of hooves in the mud. A hunt, or rather, A battle is about to begin. In a moment, the pride will explode into action, shattering the stillness, and attack the herd with all the power and instinct of millennia. Blood, mud, and dust will merge in an unforgiving dance of survival. After a breathtaking chase, the pride finally brings down its quarry. They begin to tear at the flesh, savoring a rare taste of freshness. It is a worthy reward for the victor after a life and death struggle. But even for a king, the throne is never permanent. In the world of lions, life is a series of relentless battles. Adult males constantly challenge one another for power, for control of the pride, and with it, the right to mate. These brutal fights can last for hours, ending in deep wounds or even death. When a new male deposes the ruler, he often kills all the cubs of the vanquished, forcing the females back into estrus, a harsh but necessary biological cycle for evolution. In the heart of the arid Kalahari Desert, a place that seems to swallow all life, there exists a natural wonder called the Okavango. It is a rare inland delta, where the river does not flow to the sea but vanishes into the thirsty earth. Each year, when the floods arrive from Angola, the Okavango Delta awakens like a miracle. And that is when the animals begin their long journey, converging here from all directions. After crossing hundreds of miles of burning desert, herds of buffalo, giraffe, antelope, and wild dogs finally find the fresh, life-giving pools. With each step sinking deep into the soft, damp earth, they rush to the water's edge, drinking and immersing themselves, as if to quench a thirst built up over an entire dry season. It is a moment of rebirth, as exhausted creatures find new life in a land that seemed utterly barren. On a green plain, where the water has receded after the flood, leaving behind soft, moist earth. Tawny shapes lie in wait. It is a pride of lions, intently watching the every move of a distant wildebeest herd. The silence is heavy. A light breeze skims the tops of the grass, carrying the scent of earth and life. Amidst the seemingly peaceful vegetation, only the amber eyes of the pride are in motion, watching, analyzing, and waiting. Hunting is not a game of strength, but an art of timing. And the floodplains of the Okavango are a stage where instinct, strategy, and patience combine to create a spectacular display of survival. As the first lioness bursts from the tall grass, the wildebeest herd scatters in panic. The thunder of hooves on the damp ground and the sound of ragged breaths echo across the plain. The pride moves like living arrows, tearing through wind and grass, pursuing their prey under a sun that bakes the earth. On the Okavango Plains, where everything seems to be a symbol of peace and fertility, lies one of the most brutal battlefields of life. Here, every creature must choose: flee or fight, wait or attack. Whether predator or prey, each day is a gamble for survival. Life continues in an eternal cycle. The death of a wildebeest today is food for the pride, energy that will sustain the lives of their cubs in the future. There is no absolute victory, only a balance fragile, cold, and haunting on the winds that sweep across the Okavango. The African savanna stretches endlessly, its golden fields and scattered acacia trees creating an ideal habitat for the lion. The climate here is harsh, with a long, hot, dry season, punctuated by a short rainy season when the green grass returns. This variation creates a distinct rhythm of life, where migratory species are in constant motion, searching for food and water. And the lion, the apex predator, always follows these migrations. The savanna lion has a large, muscular body and a pale brown coat, providing perfect camouflage in the dry grass. Males are distinguished by their dense manes, which are not only a symbol of strength, but also a layer of protection during fights. They are not as adept at climbing as leopards, nor as swift as cheetahs, but they compensate with formidable power and a remarkable ability to work as a team, allowing them to take down large prey like buffalo, zebra, and wildebeest. Unlike most solitary big cats, the savanna lion is a social species with a complex pride structure. A pride usually consists of 10 to 15 individuals, led by 1 or 2 dominant males. The lionesses are responsible for hunting and raising the young, while the males protect the territory and the pride from intruders. This unity and clear division of labor make them the most effective hunters on the savanna. The lion cubs, their coats still dappled with spots, chase and pounce on one another in the grass, climbing on their mother's back and playing with her ears and tail in a never-ending game. Each clumsy pounce is one of their first lessons in hunting. In this arid land, a mother's care is the safest fortress for these small lives. And in these rare moments of peace, the entire savanna seems to fall silent, leaving only the sound of the wind and the warmth of the lion family. In the Masai Mara, the apex predators have always been symbols of absolute power. They are perfect killing machines, the culmination of thousands of years of evolution, where life and death are separated by a single breath. The Masai Mara, a story of relentless hunters and the fight for survival. As the first rays of sunlight appear on the horizon, the Masai Mara awakens in a majestic scene. Solitary acacia trees stand tall, casting sharp, dark shadows against the vibrant sky, like silent sentinels of this wild land. In a seemingly quiet moment, the cold, golden eyes of a Nile crocodile slowly break the murky surface of the Mara River, revealing just a fraction of its lethal danger. Somewhere in the tall grass, cheetahs glide like ghosts, their agile bodies blending into the landscape, almost invisible. On the quiet banks of the Mara, a pride of lions gathers silently, leisurely enjoying cool sips of water in the searing heat of the savannah. A magnificent male lion suddenly lets out a thunderous roar. The sound echoes across the vast plains, a declaration of indisputable power. In the Masai Mara, the weak are never allowed to survive. Located in southwestern Kenya, the Masai Mara is a masterpiece of nature, where golden plains stretch to the horizon, intersected by the Mara River, which winds like a silver thread glittering in the sun. This is the cradle of the most fearsome predators, a perfect portrait of the balance between power and adversity. The lion's sharp eyes immediately spot a warthog lingering near the bushes. Wasting no time, it launches into pursuit. The warthog quickly becomes a satisfying meal for the entire pride. With over 90 species of mammals and 570 species of birds, the Masai Mara boasts one of the most diverse ecosystems in the world. Vast herds of wildebeest move like a living river across the land, creating a spectacular sight. Giraffes stretch their long necks, zebras graze peacefully, and rare birds soar in the open sky. The Masai Mara is not just a place, it is a living wonder, where nature displays its greatness, but also its ever-present dangers. The Mara River flows swiftly, reflecting the scorching sun, a source of life and a deadly trap. As the main artery of the region, it meanders through the endless plains, carrying the fresh, nourishing water that sustains all life. Millions of wildebeest gather on the riverbanks, forming endless lines as they await the most dangerous moment of their 100-mile migration. The sound of the current merges with the thunder of hooves and the echoing calls of the herd on the other side, creating a tense symphony that signals the harsh trials to come. Beneath the river's surface, a huge, dark shape moves slowly, almost invisible in the murky water. The cold, emotionless eyes of a Nile crocodile watch every movement on the surface. Its sharp teeth remain hidden in the mud, waiting for the right moment. As the wildebeest plunge into the river, creating a chaos of splashing water and panicked cries, a crocodile suddenly erupts from the surface. Its jaws clamp down on its prey, and in an instant, a brutal death roll tears the animal apart. The sound of breaking bones mingles with the victim's cries of agony, until a terrifying silence falls. Here waits a creature from a lost world, a survivor from the age of dinosaurs. Its power is not measured in weight or territory, but in the depth of time. For its jaws close with the force accumulated over 60 million years of evolution, an inescapable return to a primal past. Each year, some 6,000 wildebeest die attempting to cross the Mara River, falling victim to these ancient hunters. They do not hunt merely to survive, but to enforce the unforgiving laws of nature. With terrifying patience, they can wait for hours underwater to execute a single, perfect strike. At the Mara River, life and death are intertwined more intensely than anywhere else on Earth. As the harsh, dry season grips the African plains, the Mara River shrinks to its last remaining pools. On the damp mud of the cracked riverbed, dozens of hippos and crocodiles are forced to crowd together, surviving in a confined space. A silent battle between life and death unfolds hour by hour, revealing the brutality of the wild. Under the searing Masai Mara sun, a lone hippo walks silently across the cracked earth. Each slow, heavy step seems to carry both exhaustion and a final glimmer of hope. It is searching for a place that can offer life, a new pool of water, a chance to survive the harsh, dry season. After a lonely journey across the arid land, the hippo finally finds a waterhole, a precious oasis where its kind are resting peacefully in the cool, life-giving water. There, the remaining waterhole has become the epicenter of survival for all species during the unforgiving dry season. Lions conceal themselves under the sparse trees. Giraffes quietly lower their heads at the water's edge, while herds of antelope and buffalo approach cautiously, all gathering around the last source of life in the vast Masai Mara. Hippos are the characteristic inhabitants of the Mara River, playing an irreplaceable role in maintaining ecological balance. Spending more than 16 hours a day submerged to protect their sensitive skin from the burning sun, these creatures, weighing up to 6,600 pounds, move slowly along the riverbed with graceful steps, as if dancing in their own peaceful aquatic world. As the young hippo quietly approaches the new pool, its arrival quickly draws the wary eyes of the territory-holding hippos. Unwilling to accept a stranger, the members of the pod react instantly. The dominant male, massive and scarred, moves forward with unquestionable authority. A fierce battle begins. A single hippo can excrete up to 55 pounds of dung per day, a seemingly insignificant act, yet it is an essential source of nutrients. This waste promotes the growth of aquatic plants and small fish populations, indirectly nourishing the entire Mara River ecosystem. Under the scorching African sun, the Masai Mara Savannah is a stage for the great predators. Chief among them is the lion, a symbol of power and majesty. The roar of a male lion can be heard up to 5 miles away, shaking the savannah and putting every creature on alert. While the male lion stands proudly on a rocky outcrop with his magnificent mane, it is the lionesses who are the true warriors. Hidden in the tall grass, their sharp eyes watch every movement of the zebras and antelope. With perfect coordination, they encircle their prey, launching precise attacks. Although their bite force is only about 1,000 pounds, they do not need bone-crushing jaws, for their technique is to clamp down on the prey's throat until it suffocates, felling their target in moments. Across the vast Masai Mara, zebras stand out with their black and white stripes, like bold brushstrokes on a living canvas of nature. This distinctive appearance makes them a favorite target for lions, the region's ultimate predator. However, a zebra is not an easy kill. They possess powerful legs, always ready to bolt like an arrow, trying to escape the predator's claws with incredible speed and agility. The pride of lions approaches in silence, their steps so light they seem to glide over the grass. Their sharp eyes remain fixed on the zebras grazing nonchalantly, completely unaware of the danger. But the pride does not attack immediately. Predatory instinct tells them to wait. To wait for the golden moment, when the prey is most vulnerable, its guard completely down. And then, that moment arrives. With a decisive leap, the lioness launches herself like an arrow, shattering the silence. Sensing the danger, the zebra panics and bolts. With its powerful legs and incredible speed, it puts all its energy into escaping the deadly claws close behind. After a breathtaking chase, the zebra is exhausted and cannot escape the lion's decisive attack. But the law of the predator does not exist only in Africa. Across the ocean, under a different sun, the same ancient drama unfolds, but with a new cast of characters. Here, in the deserts of North America, the throne is not announced with a roar, but with a rattle. The planet's most dangerous snakes: speed, venom, and power. The super predators of the shadows, the snake and its battle for survival. Amidst the arid deserts and semi-deserts of North America, where the wind whips sand across a sun-scorched landscape, a distinctive sound rises, the rattle of a rattlesnake's tail. That sound is a warning from the kingdom of death, a reminder that here lurks one of the most dangerous predators of the American West. Belonging to the genus Crotalus, the rattlesnake is the embodiment of silent danger, honed by millions of years of evolution into a perfect assassin. The rattle is the rattlesnake's most striking feature, composed of hollow, interlocking segments of keratin. When threatened or preparing to strike, the snake vibrates its tail up to 50 times a second, creating its characteristic sound. This sound not only intimidates enemies, but is also a clear warning that death is near. The rattlesnake's lethal power lies in its hemotoxic venom, which directly attacks the blood and muscle tissues, impairing blood clotting and causing rapid necrosis. A single bite can cause uncontrollable bleeding and lead to death within hours if left untreated. The strike itself is incredibly fast, just 0.2 of a second, leaving the victim almost no time to react. Across the lush wetlands of East Africa, as the morning mist begins to clear, a symbol of royalty stirs into life. The grey-crowned crane, nature's most celebrated dancer, steps into the light with an ancient, timeless pride. Their crowning glory is a spectacular golden crest, radiating like captured shards of sunlight atop their heads. Piercing blue eyes survey the domain, contrasting sharply with the powerful, velvet-red gular sac at their throat. Standing over a meter tall, they move through the reed beds with the grace and poise of true monarchs. This beauty is not merely for show. It is the key to an ancient ritual, the most critical chapter in their life cycle. As the mating call echoes, an invisible stage is set amidst the vast, untamed wilderness. It begins with rhythmic bows, a gesture of profound respect and trust offered to a partner. Sweeping wings unfurl, displaying a masterclass of chestnut and snowy white plumage. Their resonant, trumpet-like calls drift across the savannah, at once a territorial claim and a vow of devotion. These are lifelong companions, and this intricate dance is the invisible thread that binds a monogamous pair forever. Uniquely among their kin, a specialized hind toe allows them to roost high in the trees, watching over the world below. Yet, the vanishing wetlands now threaten to silence this magnificent dance forever. Uganda's national bird stands firm, a living testament to the resilience and raw beauty of the African continent. Amidst the harshness of the wild, the grey-crowned crane shines like a living jewel, a masterpiece of evolution gifted to this ancient land. The Alps, a name rooted in ancient Latin echoing the color white, like eternal crowns of snow reaching toward the heavens. At this altitude, the air turns thin and merciless, where howling winds cut through rock like blades. This is the throne of a true sovereign, the golden eagle. With eyes 8 times sharper than human vision and a wingspan exceeding 7 feet, it commands absolute dominion over the skies. Above the peak surpassing 13,000 feet, the golden eagle patrols vast territories, scanning every cliff face with eyes that miss nothing. When a target is spotted, it folds its wings and plunges at speeds exceeding 150 miles per hour, faster than any supercar on the ground. But just beneath this monarch, on sheer vertical walls, another confrontation unfolds in silence. Alpine chamois, those gravity-defying gladiators, cling to the precarious boundary between life and oblivion. Their secret lies in extraordinary hooves. Hard outer rims grip rock like crampons, while soft inner pads mold to the surface like professional climbing shoes. In this realm, the summit belongs not to the swiftest, but to those who possess absolute balance. These great fortresses of stone were forged across tens of millions of years of geological history. Roughly 100 million years ago, the African plate began its slow drift northward, gradually squeezing the ancient Tethys Ocean shut. The most violent phase of collision occurred approximately 35 million years ago, when two continental masses crushed ocean sediments and thrust them skyward. That tectonic upheaval gave birth to one of the most formidable mountain systems on Earth. Switzerland, guardian of the Alps' very soul, is home to 48 peaks rising above 13,000 feet. The Dufospitze stands at 15,203 feet, the highest point in all of Switzerland, towering above a sea of clouds. And the Matterhorn, the world's most iconic mountain, rises like a perfect pyramid against the blue sky. This is a land where time itself seems frozen between ice and stone. Welcome to WildVerse, where we explore the most extraordinary secrets the natural world has to offer. And this is the Alps, a kingdom where life writes its story across the highest peaks of Europe, through 4 of the harshest seasons on the planet. When summer arrives at the high peaks of the Swiss Alps, a great transformation begins to awaken from within the ice. The snow fortresses blanketing much of Swiss territory now begin to melt, unleashing energy held captive through the long winter months. Meltwater from mighty glaciers, like the Aletsch and Morteratsch, cascades down vertical rock faces, creating ribbons of silver and flooding valleys with renewed vitality. At lower elevations, temperatures settle into an ideal range of 50 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, delivering warmth and abundant nutrition to the entire ecosystem. Descending into the subalpine zone, from 5,000 to 6,500 feet, the landscape shifts from barren grey rock to dense forests of spruce and fir. This is the domain of giants, where nature's majesty is embodied in the silhouette of the red deer. Beneath the ancient forest canopy, a mature stag weighing 400 to 500 pounds steps into a pool of sunlight, asserting his dominance across the mountain slopes. Summer is a nutritional race with no finish line. Every individual must seize each hour of daylight to consume vast quantities of fresh grass and young leaves, rebuilding muscle strength after a winter of deprivation. The towering antlers crowning the males are at their fastest growth phase, organic weapons sheathed in soft velvet, laced with blood vessels that fuel their development. They exploit the lush meadows nourished by glacial meltwater, where every blade of grass holds the energy for the power struggles ahead. Deep in the shade of the pine forest, fawns follow their mothers in silence, taking their very first steps into the world. Their safety depends entirely on the dense canopy overhead and the guiding instincts of their mothers to evade the sharp eyes of predators. But the red deer is not the only creature writing its summer story in the Alps. While the larger mammals feast upon the green banquet, a different kind of commotion unfolds across the forest edge meadows. The red fox, a cunning and opportunistic hunting specialist, enters the busiest hours of her year. For a vixen, summer is not merely a time to hunt, but a rigorous training course for her young. Fox cubs venture outside the den for the first time, timid yet brimming, with curiosity about the vibrant world around them. Under their mother's watchful eye, they begin learning to stalk voles, lizards, and insects concealed beneath the thick grass. The vixen teaches her young to use their acute hearing to detect the faintest sounds beneath the earth, a skill that will determine their survival. With the ability to leap 3 feet from a standing position, red foxes execute precise pounces from above onto hidden prey. Scientists have uncovered a remarkable secret. When hunting in deep snow or tall grass, red foxes preferentially leap in a north-northeastern direction. They may be using the Earth's magnetic field as a natural compass to pinpoint the exact location of prey hidden below. They are the most versatile omnivores of the mountain range, readily supplementing their diet with wild berries and forest fruits to maximize their reserves for winter. Family life for the foxes in summer is a symphony of learning, where every misstep can exact a fatal price. The vibrant energy of the subalpine zone on these summer days is the clearest proof that life always finds its way back. Yet, vigilance is never wasted here, for in this world, the hunter can become the hunted in the blink of an eye. And beneath that vibrancy, another drama quietly unfolds under the pine canopy. As summer sunlight filters through the dense forest canopy, the roe deer, the red deer's smaller but spirited cousin, enters the most intense period of its year. Weighing just 40 to 65 pounds, they possess remarkable agility and resilience to navigate the green labyrinth of the mountains. Summer is not merely a time for foraging. For the bucks, this marks the peak of the rut, stretching from mid-July through late August. They chase each other ceaselessly through the undergrowth, rubbing their small but razor-sharp antlers against tree trunks to mark territory and attract mates. Their sharp barking calls shatter the forest silence, an effort to assert strength and establish standing within the population. But the most remarkable secret is hidden within the doe's body. The embryo lies dormant in the womb, suspended in development until December. This mechanism, known as embryonic diapause, ensures that fawns will be born at the most advantageous moment, the following spring, when food is most abundant. To fuel these exhausting confrontations, they exploit the rich vegetation of young leaves and nutritious buds flourishing everywhere. While the males are consumed by competition, the dars attend to a sacred duty, protecting the next generation. Roe deer mothers typically give birth to 1 to 3 fawns and conceal them carefully in dense brush or tall grass to evade the eyes of prowling predators. To avoid the heat of day, roe deer prefer dawn or dusk for their activities, precisely the most dangerous hours. For in this verdant realm, every movement falls under the surveillance of a supremely powerful entity. That entity is the Eurasian lynx, the largest wildcat in all of Europe. Weighing 40 to 70 pounds and measuring 3 to 4 feet in body length, it is a hunting machine honed by millions of years of evolution. That imposing stature is more than sufficient to overpower prey as large as roe deer or chamois, making it the undisputed apex predator of the alpine forests. The lynx's secret weapon lies not in its claws or brute force, but in its uniquely broad paws. These paws function as natural sound dampeners, allowing it to move in perfect silence across steep rock and dry leaf litter alike. The lynx is a true phantom. It typically conceals itself in the deepest shadows of the pine forest, patiently awaiting dusk to begin its hunt. The fading light of twilight is its ally, masking its subtle movements as it stalks and closes in on prey. For any roe deer or chamois savoring the abundance of summer, the sudden appearance of a lynx is the last thing they will ever perceive. One lightning strike, one moment of absolute precision, the lynx never wastes energy on futile attempts. The presence of this apex predator plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate equilibrium of the entire alpine ecosystem. Summer in the subalpine zone is therefore not merely a feast of life and color, but a chess match where every move carries consequence. The strong dominate through muscle, but the lynx rules through silence and supreme patience. Every breath beneath the ancient Swiss forests carries both hope and fear, the most primal essence of this land. As the brilliant summer days draw to a close, the Alps begin a mesmerizing transition. The conifer forests and high meadows are now illuminated by blazing hues of red, orange, and gold, transforming the entire landscape into a living canvas where nature and time converge. Rains begin to fall more frequently, heralding the end of the warm months. The air turns cooler, plant growth decelerates, and wild creatures quickly sense the urgent approach of winter. Autumn brings a gradual but vital metamorphosis, as every resident of this realm must prepare for the severe trials ahead. In this scramble, the red squirrel becomes the very emblem of industry, as food harvesting becomes the highest priority. They devote most of their time to gathering pine cones, chestnuts, and seeds from conifers and deciduous trees. Armed with exceptional spatial memory, red squirrels can recall precisely where they have buried food underground or tucked it into tree hollows. Yet a portion of these seeds is never retrieved, inadvertently germinating and becoming new saplings, transforming the squirrel into the Alps' greatest accidental forester. A fully grown adult weighs less than a pound, but will gain significant weight from autumn's abundant food supply to brace itself against the cold. Meanwhile, at higher elevations, the alpine marmot also enters its most intense period of activity. They feed constantly on grass, roots, and seeds to accumulate a thick layer of fat for a hibernation that stretches from October through April. Simultaneously, they excavate and repair burrow systems reaching depths of 10 feet, lined with dry leaves and grass to insulate the family. During hibernation, a marmot's body temperature plummets to just 39 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit. Its heartbeat slows to near stillness, and it rouses only once every 10 days to prevent freezing. Living in family groups, they share underground tunnel networks and maintain sentinel posts to detect threats. Piercing alarm whistles ring out the instant they spot the shadow of a golden eagle or a prowling Eurasian lynx. Autumn also marks a period of concern surrounding a highly adaptive newcomer, the raccoon, a species native to North America that has quietly spread into Switzerland, particularly across the country's northwestern regions. They focus on stockpiling energy through a diverse diet, from small animals and berries to seeds, exploiting every available resource. Their signature behavior is washing food with their front paws in water, a habit that aids in processing their meals more efficiently. The rapid proliferation of raccoons poses mounting challenges to native species through fierce competition for resources and disease transmission risks. On the high rock faces, autumn's most ferocious power struggle begins as male alpine ibex return to the herds. Males rear up on their hind legs and charge, the thunderous clash of horns weighing up to 33 pounds echoing across the valleys. The rut extends from late November through January, and only the strongest victors earn the right to pass on their genes. The predator's shadow grows more fearsome as the Eurasian lynx expands its hunting territory, exploiting the distraction of prey consumed by the urgency of fattening up. With broad paws, enabling silent movement across any terrain, the lynx is autumn's most dreaded spectre. Overhead, a great migration commences as thousands of European goldfinches and hawfinches wing southward, leaving the skies empty. The glaciers of Switzerland, the very soul of the Alps, begin drawing their white mantle back on as the sun weakens. Autumn in the Alps is not merely a change of color, but a race for survival. Every chestnut stashed away, every layer of fat accumulated, is a ticket to endure the coming winter. When the first snowflakes begin to fall, the race concludes to make way for the absolute silence of the frost. And only those who are prepared most thoroughly will have a chance to see the sun of the following spring. If you find the struggle for survival in the Alps as fascinating as we do, share your thoughts in the comments below. From November through March, a white and frigid curtain descends, sealing the Alps into a kingdom besieged by ice. At the loftiest summits, temperatures can plunge to -22 degrees Fahrenheit, turning the air into blades that test every limit of survival. Beneath the proud Matterhorn, snow piles 13 feet deep, swallowing all traces of life and rendering the landscape a silent white desert. The magnificent waterfalls of the Lauterbrunnen Valley, thundering in summer, are now nothing but colossal pillars of ice hanging mute against cliffs nearly 1,000 feet high. In this world of white death, silence is not peace, it is the most ferocious struggle of all. In the highest glacial zones, where the boundary between mountain and sky dissolves, a white phantom hides flawlessly among the rock crevices, the rock ptarmigan. This bird is the last living relic of the Ice Age, having endured for millions of years on peaks ranging from 6,200 to 8,900 feet. To survive winter, it performs a miraculous transformation, replacing its grey-brown plumage with a coat of pure, immaculate white, one of 3 annual molts. This winter plumage is twice as dense as its summer coat, serving as a perfect suit of thermal armor against the bone-cutting cold. The rock ptarmigan shelters near large boulders to escape the wind and minimizes all activity, conserving every precious calorie. They excavate small tunnels in the snow, searching for the last remaining roots and buds to sustain a fragile warmth. When darkness engulfs the frozen world, another predator begins its soundless patrol from abandoned farmhouse rooftops in the lowlands, the barn owl. While most creatures are blinded by the darkness and snow, this owl sees and hears what the rest of the world overlooks. Its secret weapon lies in asymmetrical ears, one positioned higher than the other, combined with a heart-shaped facial disc that functions as a parabolic antenna for collecting sound. This structure allows the barn owl to locate prey in three-dimensional space, using sound alone, even in absolute darkness. Even when voles hide beneath the snow, the barn owl detects the faintest rustle and plunges from the air, punching through the soft snow with powerful talons. Beneath the snow-laden spruce forests of the subalpine zone, a larger dark shape moves silently through the deep drifts, the grey wolf. Once extinct here, this predator has returned from Italy over the high mountain passes, steadily re-establishing the order of the apex predators. To withstand temperatures of -4 degrees Fahrenheit, the grey wolf possesses a specialized double coat, a soft inner layer trapping heat like sheep's wool, and long outer guard hairs deflecting wind and snow. The wolf's greatest enemy is not the cold, but the gnawing hunger that comes when prey grows desperately scarce. They form elite packs of 4 to 6 individuals, patrolling vast territories for any trace of red deer or chamois. In winter, deep snow becomes the wolf's unexpected ally. It slows the heavy-footed herbivores, while the wolf's broad paws distribute its weight across the surface. Grey wolves track their quarry with unrelenting patience, employing encirclement tactics to drive prey into the deepest snowdrifts and drain their stamina. The wolf's return has begun to recalibrate herbivore populations, allowing alpine vegetation to recover in ways that humans alone could never achieve. On the frigid waters of Lake Geneva and Lake Thumb, another scene unfolds with quiet majesty, the steadfast resilience of the mute swan. Though the lake surface is partially frozen over, the remaining open water serves as a final fortress for these regal birds. Swans deploy their considerable size and dense, waterproof plumage to maintain stable body temperature amid water as cold as stone. The secret that prevents them from freezing while standing on ice lies in a counter-current heat exchange system within their legs. Warm blood, flowing from the heart downward, heats the cold blood returning from the feet like two rivers running in opposite directions, exchanging warmth, preventing excessive heat loss, and protecting vital organs. Though aquatic vegetation grows scarce, the swans persist in foraging for whatever nourishment remains beneath the frigid lake. Winter in the Alps is nature's most brutal examination, where death lurks in every gust of wind. Every creature from the rock ptarmigan on the heights, to the barn owl in the night, to the grey wolf packs in the deep forest must adapt or be eliminated. In that absolute stillness, every breath is a victory. Every day of survival is a miracle. They wait, silent and enduring, until the spring sun grows strong enough to shatter winter's grip. For beneath 13 feet of snow, the pulse of life has never truly ceased. It has merely drawn inward, waiting to erupt once more. When March arrives, the Alpine kingdom begins to shed its white cloak and step into a great resurrection. From the highest summits, ice and snow begin to melt under the sun's growing power, and water as pure as diamond flows from the glaciers, threading through rock crevices to return to the valleys. Temperatures climb gradually from 36 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit, breathing fresh vitality into every fiber of the mountain landscape. Lush meadows of velvet green grass stretch toward the sun, heralding the beginning of a new cycle of life and hope. In valleys like Zermatt and Lauterbrunnen, the Staubach waterfall, nearly 1,000 feet tall, roars back to life against a backdrop of fresh green. Beneath the crystal-clear lakes, the returning warmth triggers the proliferation of small fish, opening a grand feast for water birds. This is the moment to witness one of nature's most romantic love dances, the courtship ritual of the great crested grebe. They enter the breeding season with mesmerizing displays, in which pairs face each other and stretch their elegant necks skyward. In perfect synchrony, they glide across the water as a single entity diving deep, resurfacing with weed in their bills, then rushing toward each other in an upright dance upon the waves. Once bonded, pairs collaborate in building floating nests of grass and plant material in the shallows near shore. Each nest will cradle 3 to 4 eggs, attended in turn by both parents who share the duty of protection and incubation amid the cool waters. From distant southern lands, a noble visitor bearing exotic beauty also returns, the hoopoe. With resplendent plumage and a crest that fans open like a royal crown, it becomes a vivid highlight against the subalpine landscape. The Lake Lugano region, with its warm climate and plentiful insects, serves as the ideal landing ground for their breeding season. The young will be devotedly cared for by both parents for 26 to 29 days before they are fully feathered and ready to begin independent life. But the most powerful resurrection unfolds upon the vertical cliffs, where the line between life and death is measured in inches. For the alpine chamois, spring is a season of new beginnings, harsh, yet brimming with promise. Chamois kids are born right on precarious rock ledges, where the cold still lingers in the mountain wind's breath. Within hours of birth, these tiny creatures must master their very first lesson, climbing sheer rock faces on small legs, carrying the instincts of a born mountaineer. Their mothers always choose the most secluded spots to give birth, minimizing the threat from golden eagles and Eurasian lynx that are ever on the watch. Beneath the subalpine canopy, roe deer also quietly welcome a new generation as the embryos that lay dormant all winter now develop fully. Roe deer mothers hide their fawns deep in brush or tall grass, and the newborns lie in perfect stillness, relying on flawless camouflage to survive their earliest weeks. Spring in the Alps is not merely a shift in weather, it is an epic of resurrection and an indomitable will to endure. Beneath the majestic and seemingly immutable facade of the Alps, a quiet but devastating change is underway. The glaciers, the frozen heart of the European continent, are vanishing at an unprecedented pace. In the year 2022 alone, Switzerland lost 6% of its ice volume, a grievous record, followed by another 4% the next year, totaling 10% in just 2 years. As these strongholds melt, they leave behind not only bare rock, but the shattered hopes of countless species.
The rock ptarmigan, dependent on deep snow for camouflage, now becomes an exposed target when the snow retreats too early. Its population has declined by roughly 1/3 since the mid-1990s. Alpine chamois and ibex are forced to retreat to ever higher peaks in search of the cold they require, where food is scarce and living space contracts. The human footprint from gleaming ski resorts to sprawling cable car networks has fractured the migration corridors of red deer and chamois. Even the storied rivers are suffering, with summer flows declining markedly as their source glaciers disappear, threatening native alpine brown trout. Yet in the shadow of this crisis, hope still glimmers. At the Morteratsch Glacier, enormous white geotextile blankets are draped over the ice like bandages, reducing melt by up to 50% each year. The spectacular recovery of the Eurasian lynx since 1971 stands as proof that humans can heal the wounds they have inflicted upon nature. From roughly 25 to 30 individuals initially released into the Swiss forests, the Phantom of the Alps has returned, helping restore balance to the wild ecosystem. And the story of the alpine ibex is even more remarkable. Once on the very brink of extinction, every ibex in the Alps today descends from a tiny population protected at Gran Paradiso, Italy. From the edge of oblivion, they have reclaimed the highest cliffs of Europe, a resounding triumph of conservation. The future of the Alps does not reside in dry scientific reports, but in the awakening and responsibility of each one of us. Every small action, from choosing ecotourism to participating in environmental protection, is a drop of cool water nourishing life. On the snow-covered peaks, the golden eagle still soars, its wingspan of more than 7 feet, cutting across the deep blue sky, as if to remind us that this kingdom among the clouds is still breathing. The wheel of nature turns once more, full of challenge yet overflowing with the purest beauty of creation. And the story of the Alps, a story of ice, stone, blood, and life, will continue to be written, so long as snow still crowns the peaks, and the cry of the eagle echoes through the heights. Every creature carries within it an extraordinary story.
WildVerse will continue to bring you those stories if you haven't subscribed yet. Now is the perfect time. Have you ever felt the breath of the mountains, or stood in silent awe before the beauty of ice-capped peaks? Share your story to help WildVerse spread the message of protecting this precious heritage. Crossing the vast ocean to the west, a new kingdom emerges, cloaked in a canopy so deep and dense that even sunlight struggles to penetrate. This is the Amazon basin, a wilderness stretching across nearly 3 million square miles, a world whose sheer scale defies human imagination. Beneath the fierce equatorial sun, an extraordinary and invisible process is unfolding on a planetary scale, reshaping the very atmosphere of Earth. Each ancient tree here operates as a colossal biological pump, drawing dozens of gallons of water from the Earth each day and releasing them into the air. This evapotranspiration creates the flying river's immense ribbons of moisture, carrying more water than the mighty Amazon River flowing beneath them. They drift through the atmosphere, transporting life and orchestrating the rhythm of global climate, connecting distant farmlands with ice-capped mountains on the far side of the ocean. The Amazon is not merely a forest, it is an intricate life support machine where every link holds a decisive role in maintaining Earth's equilibrium. Yet the true splendor of this kingdom lies in its unparalleled biodiversity, a grand laboratory of evolution spanning millions of years. Here, nature does not evolve quietly. It erupts in an endless arms race among species. Every inch of forest floor is a luminous battlefield, where every adaptation is pushed to its absolute limit for one chance at survival. From predators lurking in murky waters to tiny engineers building vast subterranean empires beneath the rotting leaf litter. Descending through the cloud layer, pushing deeper beneath the emerald canopy, the air thickens with humidity and the echoes of a million lives. This is the green heart of the world, where the boundary between myth and science has never been thinner. A world of pink phantoms beneath the water, assassins, armed with lethal talons, and silent warriors of the forest floor. The story begins now,
at the place where water invades the land to create an otherworldly labyrinth. These are the Varzea flooded forests, where life must learn to breathe underwater to endure the punishing flood seasons. A new chapter, charged with drama, about the power and resilience of nature in the greatest basin on Earth, is about to unfold. The rainy season begins high in the Andes, when cascading torrents pour downhill, transforming the lowlands beyond recognition. The Amazon River no longer stays within its banks. It stretches colossal arms across the floodplains, swallowing the virgin forest whole. Past the dark understory and the lush canopy, the emergent layer appears where ancient trees soaring over 200 feet puncture the mist to touch the sky. As the first light of dawn filters through the morning mist, the Amazon's high canopy awakens to a primal and powerful sound. It is the call of the howler monkey, a creature possessing the most powerful voice in the primate world. This deep, resonant call can travel for over 3 miles through the dense forest canopy, a remarkable feat of natural bioacoustics. The secret lies in its throat, which houses a greatly enlarged hyoid bone that functions as a cup-shaped resonating chamber. As air passes through this chamber, it is amplified many times over, turning an individual's call into a shockwave of sound that reverberates through the forest. This sound, however, is not a meaningless display of power, but a clever and energy-efficient survival strategy. In the tropical rainforest environment, constant movement to defend a territory consumes precious calories from a low-protein diet. Instead of engaging in direct physical conflict, howler monkey families use their calls to establish invisible yet strictly enforced boundaries. This is a classic example of how evolution optimizes behavior to avoid unnecessary conflict, maintaining peace within the population. Beyond their role as the broadcasters of the green forest, howler monkeys perform another critical ecological function. They are the gardeners of the canopy.
With a diet consisting of hundreds of types of leaves and forest trees, they move constantly through the canopy in search of diverse nutrition. Each howl that echoes in the morning is not just a message of communication, but a signal that the great forest's rhythm is being steadily maintained. The connection between their specialized anatomy and their biological role makes the howler monkey an irreplaceable link in the web of life. They are living proof of a scientific truth. In nature, sound itself can have the power to build a forest. Beneath the deep green vault, their calls continue to echo a hymn of evolution and a tribute to Mother Nature. Leaving the dense canopy, we arrive at the vibrant clay licks along the Amazon's riverbanks, where a fascinating biological phenomenon unfolds. Hundreds of macaws gather here, creating a moving rainbow of color against the deep green of the great forest. This behavior is known as geophagy, the practice of eating earth to maintain chemical balance and survive in a harsh environment. In the evolutionary race, many forest plants have developed alkaloid and tannin toxins in their seeds to prevent them from being consumed. The macaw's incredibly powerful beak can crush these hard shells, but in doing so, it also absorbs the accompanying toxins. These clay licks are nature's chemical filters, containing phyllosilicate minerals that can bind to and neutralize these poisons. Beyond detoxification, the clay also provides sodium and other essential trace minerals, which are exceptionally scarce resources within the rainforest. Biologically, macaws are a testament to enduring partnership, maintaining monogamous pair bonds for their entire lives. This companionship helps pairs optimize their foraging and territory management in a highly competitive ecosystem. With their long wingspans and perfect aerodynamic design, they can undertake flights of dozens of miles through the forest each day.
On these journeys, the macaws unwittingly become seed transporters, maintaining the genetic diversity of the vegetation. Their brilliant coloration is not merely for beauty. It is the result of a highly sophisticated biochemical adaptation strategy. The presence of the macaw is a critical link, keeping the rhythm and balance of the Amazon's circulatory system perpetually strong. Amid the bustling pace of the old-growth forest, the three-toed sloth has chosen an entirely different path, one of absolute stillness. This is not laziness, but an intelligent, evolutionary strategy to optimize the scarce energy available in its environment. With a diet consisting mainly of nutrient-poor leaves, the sloth has evolved the slowest metabolic rate in the mammalian world. A single meal can take up to 30 days to be fully digested in its complex, multi-chambered stomach. It is this extremely slow pace of life that has turned the sloth's body into a unique, mobile ecosystem. In its thick coat, a specialized species of green algae thrives, providing the sloth with perfect camouflage amongst the verdant leaves. This symbiotic relationship also includes a species of moth, creating a rich biological network directly on its back. Periodically, once a week, the sloth undertakes a perilous journey, a slow descent to the forest floor to defecate. This act is not simply for sanitation, it is a way of directly fertilizing the base of its tree, nurturing its own food source. By returning nutrients to the soil, the sloth completes a closed-loop nitrogen cycle, sustaining the life and health of its host tree. The sloth is proof that success in nature does not always belong to the fastest, but to the most energy efficient. In its world, slowness is the key to sustainable and harmonious existence within the heart of the great Amazon. Every movement of the sloth is a lesson in balance, where each individual is a small link nourishing a much larger life. Beneath the Amazon's carpet of decaying leaves, a silent industrial revolution takes place every single day. Leaving the subterranean factories, we move to the intersection of two worlds, the water's surface and the forest's edge. Here, the jaguar and the caiman coexist as powerful entities, acting as guardians of the balance for the entire river system. The jaguar is the only large cat to have such a close and wondrous connection to the aquatic environment of a tropical ecosystem. With their specialized musculature and masterful swimming abilities, they can manage vast territories that include islands separated by swift currents. In conservation science, the jaguar is identified as an umbrella species because its existence ensures the survival of thousands of other species within the same habitat. Their presence just beneath the surface, the caiman fulfills a vital biochemical role for all aquatic life. They act as mobile recycling plants, consuming energy and releasing essential nutrients like phosphorus and nitrogen back into the water through their waste. This nutrient-rich waste is a precious source of life for phytoplankton, the very beginning of a sustainable food chain beneath the river. During the seasonal dry periods, the presence of caiman helps regulate fish populations, preventing a boom in any single species that could deplete aquatic resources. The relationship between the jaguar on land and the caiman in the water forms one of nature's most sophisticated systems of top-down regulation. Though they reign in two different environments, together they maintain a dynamic equilibrium, preventing the wetland ecosystem from falling into chaos. It is thanks to these kings of the waterways that the Amazon can sustain a level of biodiversity that is the most complex and perfect on the planet. Each individual exists not for itself alone, but as a living component that keeps the great wheel of evolution turning tirelessly through time. The Amazon is not just a forest, it is an intricate biological machine in which every creature we have just met is an inseparable part. From the resounding howls in the high canopy to the silent fungus gardens deep underground, all are weaving together a resilient symbiotic network.
We have seen how the slow-moving sloth nurtures its host tree, and how the macaw deciphers nature's chemical puzzles to survive. The presence of iconic species like the jaguar and the caiman serves as a critical linchpin, holding this entire system in a state of dynamic balance. Science has shown that every link in this circulatory system, no matter how small, like the leafcutter ant, carries the mission of regulating the breath of our planet. The Amazon does not exist in isolation. It is the heart that regulates our climate, a living library of biological knowledge of which humanity has only just begun to read the first chapters. Conserving this great forest is not just about protecting a wilderness, but about safeguarding a life support system that has been fine-tuned over millions of years of evolution. As the sun sets over the rolling river, the Amazon continues its silent yet powerful pulse. But its lessons of balance and of reverence for Mother Earth will resonate forever. The wildlands of Africa are shaped by timeless confrontations, and among them, the duel between lion and buffalo is the most tragic of epics. On one side, the continent's sovereign predator, an icon of ruthless strategy, reigning from the apex of the food pyramid. On the other, a colossal herbivore, possessing a primal power sufficient to reverse the roles, turning hunter into hunted. Lions have elevated the art of cooperation to a new level. Unlike other solitary great cats, their collective strength is the key to subduing formidable adversaries. The lionesses, with their blend of stamina and tactical discipline, are always the vanguard. Amidst the tall grasses, they move like invisible golden phantoms. Every movement is meticulously calculated. Each approach is a dance demanding absolute precision. The task is clear: to bring down a Cape buffalo, a giant that can weigh up to 2,000 pounds. But hunting buffalo is an entirely different game from hunting zebra. This is a gamble where the price of failure can be life itself. The moment the pride reveals itself, the entire savannah is instantly transformed into a battlefield. The ground trembles beneath the powerful hooves of the buffalo herd. Instead of scattering in panic,
The herd responds like a well-drilled army. They form a protective circle around the young, lowering their heads in unison and pointing their horns outward, creating a fortress of flesh and bone. A single counterattack is all it takes to turn the tide of battle. The force of a buffalo's charge can hurl a fully grown lion into the air, shattering its ribs and inflicting wounds from which there is no recovery. But those horns are more than just weapons. They're a chronicle of its entire life. The broad, solid base of the horns, known as the boss, fuses together in mature males, forming a near impenetrable helmet. Even more astonishing is the buffalo's formidable memory, and an instinct that seems to border on a capacity for vengeance. There are documented cases of herds returning to relentlessly track down and retaliate against lions that had attacked them days before. This behavior goes far beyond simple self-defense. It has all the hallmarks of revenge. For a lion, a serious injury is not just painful. It is a death sentence. A weakened hunter is left behind, unable to join the chase and unable to survive. And yet, hunger drives the pride onward into this perilous hunt. Bringing down a single buffalo is a monumental prize, enough to feed the entire pride for many days. The outcome of the war between lion and buffalo is rarely decisive. More often, it ends in a bloody stalemate for both sides. There are times, however, when the pride strategy prevails, when coordination and patience culminate in an irresistible ambush. The lion may be the king of beasts, but when facing the buffalo, even a king must bow to the uncertainty of nature. The African savanna is one of the planet's most dramatic and expansive stages. From Kenya to Botswana, it stretches out like a seemingly endless golden carpet. On the surface, this landscape appears open and serene, but it is in fact a theater of nature, where every element plays a part in the great drama of survival. This is a world of brutal contrasts. Under the daylight sun, the ground is scorched and parched. When night falls, the heat gives way to a bone-chilling cold. The sheer vastness of the savanna creates an illusion of space. It seems infinite, yet it is also a trap, with no escape. For the creatures here, there is no true place to hide. In this open expanse, the strong cannot conceal their power, and the weak are always the first to fall. On this immense stage, every action is exposed under the unforgiving lens of creation. A single mistake, no matter how small, can become a death warrant. And in this land, with no room for error, life belongs only to those who can adapt faster than a heartbeat. On the African savanna, the passage of time is measured not in days and nights. The rhythm of life here follows two distinct seasons, the wet and the dry. When the rains arrive, the skies unleash furious deluges. In a matter of weeks, the arid landscape is resurrected into a sea of green. Grasses can shoot up to over 6 feet. Millions of wildebeest, zebra and gazelles pour onto the plains to feast on the abundance. But this prosperity also awakens the predators. Lions, cheetahs, leopards, and spotted hyenas seize the opportunity presented by the profusion of young prey. Then, the cycle reverses. The dry season descends like a consuming fire. The clear blue sky becomes an adversary, the sun baking the earth until it cracks. The green pastures vanish, leaving behind a brittle, yellowed vegetation that crumbles underfoot. Rivers shrink to stagnant pools. In the dry season, existence becomes a test of endurance. Animals must embark on arduous migrations in search of water and food. It is now that natural selection reveals its most ruthless nature. Only the most resilient individuals on this journey can hope to see the rains return. The African savanna is famed for its great herbivores, but it is the predators who are the deciding force in the balance of the entire ecosystem. Among them, 4 species have become iconic symbols of power, speed, intelligence, and ferocity: the lion, the leopard, the cheetah, and the spotted hyena. The lion is the embodiment of authority and collective strength. Unlike other solitary great cats, they live and hunt in organized prides. This social lifestyle has turned them into master strategists, capable of confronting large prey like zebra, wildebeest, and even buffalo. The leopard is an artist of stealth. Its coat is covered in dark rosettes, allowing it to blend perfectly into the shade of a tree or the dappled light of the bush. Its success comes from patience and individual might. It stalks its prey silently until the last possible moment, then launches its attack with a lethal explosion of power.
Its signature move is the phenomenal strength to haul its kill, sometimes double its own body weight, high into the branches of a tree to keep its prize safe from competitors. The cheetah, by contrast, wagers everything on pure speed. It is the fastest land animal on Earth, capable of accelerating from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 3 seconds. However, the secret to its velocity lies in more than just its legs. Its spine is astonishingly flexible, acting like a giant spring, coiling and uncoiling to propel the body forward with each long stride. Its long, heavy tail is not for show. It acts as a rudder, allowing the cheetah to maintain its balance while making sharp turns at high speed. Its entire body is a masterpiece of biological engineering, built for a single purpose: explosive acceleration. But this specialization comes at a cost. The cheetah cannot maintain this top speed for long. After just a few seconds of sprinting, its body is overcome by exhaustion. The spotted hyena, often dismissed as a mere scavenger, is in fact one of the most successful hunters on the savannah. Its bite force is among the most powerful of all carnivorous mammals, strong enough to crush the largest bones. Contrary to popular belief, hyenas hunt most of their own food. They hunt in clans, relentlessly pursuing their quarry and running it to utter exhaustion. And their ferocity begins at birth. Hyena cubs are born with their eyes open and a full set of teeth. If they are twins, the struggle for life begins immediately. The infants will attack one another, sometimes to the death, just hours after being born, a behavior known as siblicide. In this cradle of death, only the strongest will survive to inherit the clan's legacy. These 4 predators prove that there is no single formula for survival. The lion succeeds through unity, the leopard through cunning, the cheetah through speed, and the hyena through the power of the clan. But the savannah's dominion is not confined to the ground. The sky has its own tyrants, winged predators whose shadows darken the sun, where power is decided not by claws on the earth, but by sight and a deadly silence from above. At the top of the aerial food chain is the martial eagle, Africa's most powerful avian predator. With a wingspan of over 6 feet and extraordinary vision, it surveys its domain from an incredible height. Once prey is spotted,
It plummets like a black arrow, a fatal dive at terrifying speed. Its talons, with a grip strong enough to crush bone, make it an efficient executioner of prey, like young antelope, monkeys, or monitor lizards. But not all aerial tyrants rely on speed and brute force. In the wetlands bordering the savannah, a creature from a prehistoric age still reigns, the shoebill. With its ancient form and its cold, statuesque gaze, it is the personification of patience. It can stand motionless for hours, waiting for an unwary lungfish. Then, in an instant, the stillness is shattered by a lightning-fast strike, its enormous bill clapping shut with the sound of a machine gun. It is a hunting strategy honed over millions of years, a reminder that on the savannah, death can come in any form. If the predators command the stage with their authority, it is the herbivores that are the silent pillars of the African savannah. They are the architects of this ecosystem, reshaping the landscape with every step and ensuring the great cycle of life never stops. Each year, millions of wildebeest, zebra, and gazelles traverse the plains, creating invisible pathways through the vegetation. Their waste fertilizes the soil, returning vital nutrients for new plant growth. Each species plays a specialized role. Zebra graze on the tallest, toughest grasses, clearing the way for wildebeest to feed on the shorter layers. After them, gazelles nibble on the newest shoots, completing a chain of resource exploitation that could not be more efficient. But the life of an herbivore is not one of peaceful grazing. To survive, they have evolved acutely sensitive senses and remarkable collective behaviors. The herd is organized into a defensive formation, with the young protected at the center, while vigilant adults stand guard on the perimeter. The herbivores are not just prey. They are the unseen giants who nurture the land and maintain the fragile equilibrium of an entire ecosystem. Few spectacles in nature can match the majesty of the Great Migration on the African savannah. It is a performance on an epic scale, where millions of wildebeest, along with zebra and gazelles, undertake a journey of around 1,000 miles. This migration is not a simple movement. It is the very pulse of the savannah, an eternal cycle that dictates the life and death of countless species. It all begins in the Serengeti, as the dry season turns the lush green plains into a vast golden dust bowl. Slowly, the herds gather, as if obeying an unseen command. But that command is not entirely invisible. Scientists believe that wildebeest possess an extraordinary ability. They can sense rain from hundreds of miles away. They are not just searching for green grass. They are following the promise of coming rains. Their sensitive hearing can detect the low-frequency sound of distant thunder, guiding them on a journey built on faith in a wetter future. The sound of hooves, at first hesitant, soon merges into a single continuous thunder. This march is a brutal test of endurance. Calves are born on the move and must learn to stand within minutes, for the migration never stops. But the migration is not just a trek across an arid landscape. It is a journey into the territory of death. The Mara River is the most perilous trial. Its murky brown waters conceal Nile crocodiles, ancient giants lying in wait. As the first wildebeest plunge into the river, a scene of chaos erupts. Thousands of bodies push and shove against one another. Many are swept away by the strong current, while others fall to the jaws of the aquatic predators. Even on the far bank, the danger is not over. Lions, hyenas, and cheetahs lie in ambush, waiting for the exhausted animals. On this journey, unity is the ultimate weapon. Wildebeest move in enormous herds, turning the vulnerability of the individual into the strength of a collective wall. Zebra join the throng, bringing their keen senses to spot predators and taking advantage of the safety in numbers. In essence, the migration is an invisible thread that connects the entire ecological web of the savannah. Year after year, generation after generation, the wildebeest follow the same path as if obeying an ancient oath. On the African savanna, herbivores are not passive victims. Each species has evolved its own set of skills and weapons for self-defense. The Thompson's gazelle is a prime example. Small and nimble, it can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour. But the secret to its survival lies in more than just speed. Its zigzagging run can confound even the fastest of predators. The zebra does not rely on a single strategy. In flight, it can reach 40 miles per hour, but its truly fearsome weapons are its back legs. Its hind legs are potent biological weapons. A single kick can break a predator's jaw, or even kill it. The giraffe, the tallest creature on land, possesses legs that are both long and dangerous. At nearly 6 feet long, they can deliver a kick with a force of 2,000 pounds. Its height is also a strategic advantage. Its eyes, positioned over 16 feet above the ground, allow it to spot enemies from miles away. But that height creates a seemingly impossible biological challenge. How does it get blood to its brain? A giraffe's heart is a marvel of engineering, weighing up to 25 pounds and generating blood pressure twice that of a human. Bending down to drink is a potentially fatal act for a giraffe. The immense blood pressure could rupture its brain. But it has a secret, the rete mirabile. A complex system of valves blocks the rush of blood the moment it lowers its head. It is a G-suit, built into its very anatomy. Its entire circulatory system is a wonder of evolution. The warthog dashes through the savannah, its mane like an untamed tuft of grass. Its curved tusks are a vital shield against any foe. When pursued, it vanishes into its burrow with incredible speed. And in this arid land, this ungainly-looking creature is one of the most resilient. The oryx possesses perhaps the most impressive weaponry of all, a pair of long, straight horns that can measure over 3 feet. They look like swords, forged for battle. the wildebeest move like a dark, rolling wave, surging across the plains to the primal drumbeat of nature. In moments of life and death, its sturdy hooves pound the earth, carrying the fierce vitality of the great African migration. When attacked, a wildebeest will confront its aggressor head-on, using powerful shakes of its head to deliver blows that can pierce a lion's thick hide. And finally, the African buffalo, a behemoth that gives even the most courageous predators pause. Weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, with horns as hard as steel, it can turn any hunt into a nightmare. When threatened, it does not flee, it attacks. On the African savannah, where the horizon is always open, and there are few places to hide, survival demands more than just strength or speed. Many species have found their ultimate weapon in the art of camouflage and evasion. It is the ability to vanish in plain sight. The impala is one of the great masters. Its tan coat blends perfectly with the dry grass of the dry season and the lush vegetation of the wet. When it senses danger, it can freeze for minutes on end, becoming just another part of the landscape. Here, on the plains, an ancient riddle presents itself, written in black and white. For decades, we believed these stripes were a form of camouflage. A visual illusion to confuse lions. But the truth is far more subtle and aimed at a smaller, yet more persistent, enemy. To the eyes of the blood-sucking tsetse fly, this is not an animal. It is a disruptive matrix of polarized light. A kind of optical armor that makes it almost impossible for them to find a place to land. This is not just defense. It is a genius solution to a million-year-old problem, etched permanently onto its very skin. To the eyes of this blood-sucking fly, it is a confounding matrix of polarized light that prevents a landing. A brilliant solution to a daily problem, written upon the skin. On the African savannah, communication is a weapon just as powerful as horns or speed. Many herbivores have developed complex alarm systems, capable of turning a simple sound into a signal of survival for the entire community. It is a common language of sounds, gestures, and even scents, linking different species in an invisible defensive network. The impala is perhaps the best example. When it spots a predator, it lets out a piercing bark that can be heard from hundreds of yards away. That sound acts as an alarm call, not just for other impala, but also for zebra, wildebeest, and even birds. The wildebeest, for its part, uses deep, sonorous calls that echo across the plains. The response is instantaneous. Thousands of individuals will bunch together and begin to move as one, creating a constantly shifting wall of bodies. On the savannah, the future of every species is wagered on the survival of its young. Fragile, naive, and vulnerable, they are at once a source of hope and a critical weakness. The giraffe is a striking example. Although its height helps it detect enemies from a distance, its calf is still an easy target for lions and hyenas. To protect her offspring, a mother will use her most powerful weapons, her hind legs. A single kick can fell a predator in an instant. Hippos, though they spend most of their lives in the water, are also devoted mothers. Their calves always swim right beside them. If a crocodile approaches, the response is immediate. The mother will attack with a bite powerful enough to splinter a wooden boat. Elephants are perhaps the most impressive protectors of all. Living in clans led by experienced matriarchs, they are the ultimate guardians. When danger nears, the adults form a circle around the young, placing them at the center of a living citadel. This collective strategy turns the herd into a near impenetrable fortress. On the savannah, protecting the young is a behavior forged not merely by instinct, but by millennia of necessity. The African savannah is more than just a stage for breathtaking scenery. It is an arena of ceaseless struggle, where every dawn writes new stories of courage, intelligence, and survival. Here, no victory is permanent, and no defeat is final. The dance of life continues, from one generation to the next, ensuring this wild drama will never have a final curtain. When the name Africa is mentioned, our minds often conjure images of golden savannas stretching to the horizon, of scorching deserts shimmering under a harsh sun. But behind that magnificent beauty lies a deadly arena, where every law of survival is dictated by heat and instinct. Under the scorching heat of the equatorial sun, the African savanna appears like a colossal, golden-hued furnace. Heat waves rise from the arid ground, creating shimmering mirages that bend the distant horizon into strange shapes. Amidst the sea of crisp, dry grass, a majestic figure emerges, silent yet heavy with absolute authority. This is the kingdom of the lion at midday, where every breath is a battle against the harshness of the weather. A male lion rests in the sparse shade of an ancient acacia tree, his eyes narrowed to block out the invasive glare. His thick, dark mane is not only a symbol of status, but now a thermal burden in the 95-degree Fahrenheit air. Around him, the lionesses lie intertwined, a unified mass, taking advantage of every bit of rare shade from their companions. One female gently licks the fur of her sister, a ritual that reinforces the clan's bond and absolute trust within the pride. The lion cubs, not yet understanding the harshness of the kingdom, playfully chase their mother's swaying tail. For this great cat, daytime is not for displaying power, but for conserving every precious bit of biological energy. On the open plains in the distance, herds of zebra and antelope watch the predator warily through a hazy curtain of dust. A fragile truce is established by the heat, as both hunter and prey endure the thick, heavy air. Even the wind seems to have stopped blowing, leaving a suffocating silence to envelop the entire savanna ecosystem. Thirst is the most silent enemy, forcing the pride to carefully calculate their journey to the waterhole as dusk approaches. High above, vultures patiently circle on the hot air currents, waiting for a creature to succumb to the harshness. The pride leader lifts his head slightly, his keen sense of smell catching the scent of a hyena pack lurking on the edge of the territory. His amber eyes reflect the resilience of a species that has dominated this land for millions of years of evolution. The lion does not just survive. It is the embodiment of the perfect balance between explosive power and silent patience. Under the vast blue sky of Africa, the lion's empire stands firm as an eternal symbol of the wild. However, deep in the heart of this ancient continent, hidden beneath a lush green canopy where the mist perpetually dances and silence reigns supreme, lies a deeper, more ancient secret. Here, amidst some of the oldest and most biodiverse rainforests on the planet, time itself seems to stand still. They are cathedrals of life, untouched by the noise of the modern world, where the primal symphony of nature continues uninterrupted. A kingdom where giant trees whisper forgotten stories into the mist, and rare, elusive creatures walk paths created 1,000 years ago. Join us as we venture deep into these ancient, majestic forests to immerse ourselves in their unique ecosystems and meet the most extraordinary inhabitants of Africa's deep green heart. The Congo rainforest. It is the second largest tropical forest in the world, second only to the Amazon. This vast sea of green stretches over 1.4 million square miles, covering 6 African nations. More than a forest, the Congo is a living universe, a cradle of biodiversity in constant motion. Beneath a canopy hundreds of feet high, thousands of species of plants, insects, birds, reptiles, and mammals coexist, many of them found nowhere else on Earth. And winding through the Congo forest, like a great artery nourishing the heart of Africa, is an ancient power. The mighty Congo River, a 2,900-mile-long lifeline that flows through the heart of the continent, is the second longest river in Africa, after the Nile, and has the second largest discharge on the planet, after the Amazon. Its dark, deep waters meander through dense forests, across valleys, plains, and gorges, before emptying into the Atlantic Ocean. But it impresses not just with its scale. The Congo River carries an average of 1.4 million cubic feet of water per second, sustaining countless life forms and providing water for millions of people. It is not just a source of water, it is a great natural divide. Its powerful current has bisected the forests for millions of years, creating separate worlds on either side. It is this separation that has allowed species to evolve along different paths. The most classic example is the divergence between the chimpanzee on the north bank and the bonobo on the south. The river does not just nourish, it is the author of unique evolutionary stories. Along its course, the river shapes civilizations. On its banks, vibrant villages and cities like Kisangani, Mbandaka, and Kinshasa have sprung up, dependent on its waters for transport, fishing, and survival. In some sections, its waters become wild. The Inga Falls, for example, represent one of the world's greatest hydroelectric potentials. The Congo River is more than a body of water. It is a spiritual entity for many local peoples, its mysteries still unexplored in its deepest reaches. In its ceaseless flow, it sustains the forest and the creatures within, leading us into the wild heart of Africa. Deep in the forest, Amidst the light filtering through the great canopy, a delicate presence is revealed. They are familiar faces, curious eyes. The bonobo, one of our closest living relatives. With about 98.7% of our DNA in common, they bear a striking resemblance to us. Often mistaken for chimpanzees, their more famous cousins, bonobos, are profoundly different in their behavior and social structure. While chimpanzees often live in hierarchical groups dominated by males and marked by violent disputes, bonobos have followed a different path. They have created a peaceful, matriarchal, and highly cooperative society. Bonobo groups are led by experienced females, and conflicts rarely escalate to violence. Instead, they resolve tension with affectionate gestures, embraces, and gentle calls. Standing between 30 and 36 inches tall and weighing up to 88 pounds, bonobos are agile, graceful, and incredibly intelligent. They live in social groups and feed primarily on fruit, leaves, seeds, and occasionally small invertebrates. A fascinating and rare behavior among mammals, bonobos voluntarily share food, even with unrelated individuals. This generous gesture has captured the attention of scientists, and it makes us reflect on the origins of empathy in our own species. The bonobo is one of the most endangered primates on the planet, classified as endangered since 1996. Found only in the Congo rainforest, deforestation is encroaching on their habitat, while armed conflicts make conservation efforts difficult. Furthermore, illegal hunting remains one of the greatest threats. That is why sanctuaries and conservation centers have become true havens of hope. Lola ya bonobo. Further north, in Odzala Kokua National Park, one of Central Africa's oldest and most important protected areas, a predator moves with poise and caution, the leopard. Even in broad daylight, this great cat maintains its discretion. It knows where to go, when to stop, and how to disappear. With its golden coat dotted with black rosettes,
It camouflages itself among the sun-dappled tree trunks and the deep shadows of the forest. Up to 6 feet long, not including its tail, which can be nearly 3 feet, the leopard impresses with its combination of power and agility. Weighing from 66 to 143 pounds, with a muscular body and broad paws, it is perfectly built for climbing trees with skill. Its long tail acts as a natural counterbalance, providing stability as it moves through the high branches. Odzala is the perfect territory for a leopard. The dense forest envelops it like a cloak, offering shade, silence, and camouflage. As an ambush predator, the leopard rarely relies on speed. It prefers to wait, calculate, and strike at the precise moment. Besides being a hunting ground, Odzala Kokua National Park is also a crucial refuge for leopard reproduction. The dense forest, the winding rivers, and the limited human presence provide ideal conditions for females to give birth and raise their young in safety. The gestation period lasts from 90 to 105 days, and birth usually takes place in well-hidden areas of the forest. For the first few weeks, the mother keeps her cubs completely isolated, away from all threats. As they grow, she will teach them their first hunting skills. This adaptability is one of the leopard's greatest virtues, and it all begins with a mother's guidance. In Odzala, the sighting of females with their cubs is a promising sign. It means that, despite the external challenges, life endures within the sanctuary. Every year, in November, as the sun sets over the Congo River, an extraordinary phenomenon begins to take shape. Millions of fruit bats gather on the riverbanks, preparing for one of the most spectacular and little-known migrations in the world. Guided by an ancient instinct, these bats leave the depths of the Congo rainforest and fly towards Kasanka National Park in Zambia. This epic journey, spanning over 600 miles, is not just a search for food, but a vital part of the ecosystem. During their migration, the bats feed on wild fruits, dispersing seeds far and wide, helping to regenerate the forest and maintain ecological balance.
Their role as seed dispersers is crucial for the health of the Congo rainforest, ensuring that new trees can grow and maintain local biodiversity. When they finally arrive at Kasanka National Park, the bats transform the night sky into a spectacle of wildlife. Zambia's park becomes the stage for one of the largest mammal congregations in the world. From October to December, the park witnesses the presence of up to 10 million fruit bats, a natural event that attracts both researchers and nature lovers. In the southwestern corner of Uganda, near the border with the Democratic Republic of Congo, lies the legendary Bwindi impenetrable forest. This dense primary forest, of about 128 square miles, is home to an impressive biodiversity, almost untouched by time and human impact. Deep in the heart of the impenetrable Bwindi forest, rare sunbeams struggle to pierce the dense canopy. This is a kingdom of dappled light and perpetual shadows. Amidst the verdant, mossy labyrinth, a master of the art of concealment is at work in broad daylight. Look closely. It is the African green broadbill. It does not hide in darkness. It conceals itself in plain sight, cloaked in an emerald plumage that blends perfectly with the surrounding foliage. Its large, round eyes watch warily, scanning every crevice of the leaves in the bright morning sun. With its characteristically wide beak, it glides in silence, a tiny phantom among the ancient tree trunks. Its mission now is relentless, to find insects and fruits to fuel a long, active day. Suspended from a slender branch is its architectural masterpiece, a nest that looks exactly like a harmless clump of dry moss. In the daylight, this ingenious camouflage is the only shield for the next generation growing within. The father and mother bird take turns, appearing and disappearing like green flashes. They move with absolute precision, taking advantage of the interplay of light and shadow to deceive any curious gaze. This bird is extremely rare, a living treasure that exists only at these harsh altitudes.
Their existence depends on the integrity of the old-growth forests, where sun and shadow dance together. A brilliant testament that, even under the brightest sun, nature still keeps its most beautiful secrets hidden. Still in Uganda, we continue to explore the wonders of African wildlife. Our next destination is one of the continent's most impressive parks, where the Nile River carves its way through the land, nourishing forests and meeting an explosion of life. This is Murchison Falls National Park. Here, the waterfalls and rapids create riverine forests. They are dense corridors of trees and vines, with shade, humidity, and paths covered in roots and wet leaves, an ideal habitat for many species. Here, forest elephants move between the forests and the banks of the Victoria Nile, also known as the White Nile. Although large, they are different from their savanna cousins. Shorter, more compact, with rounder ears and tusks that curve gently downwards. These elephants consume up to 330 pounds of vegetation a day. They do not just eat, they transform the landscape they pass through. They are ecosystem engineers, the great gardeners of the jungle. As they move, they create trails through the dense vegetation, paths that are then used by countless other animals, from small antelopes to even predators. By felling small trees and eating leaves, they create sun-drenched clearings on the forest floor, allowing light-loving plants to grow. This increases the diversity of the flora, providing more food and shelter for other species. Even their dung is a gift to the forest. Each pile is a mobile nursery, full of undigested seeds, helping to disperse and regenerate trees over a wide area. They fell trees and sow seeds on the moist ground. This behavior alters the environment, allowing new plant species to grow, contributing directly to the forest's regeneration. Forest elephants live in family groups led by an experienced matriarch. Their gestation period is one of the longest in the animal kingdom, around 22 months.
At the end of this period, a single calf is born, usually weighing around 220 pounds. Caring for the young is not just the mother's task. In a true support network, aunts, sisters, and other females in the group all participate in the upbringing. It is a natural school, where each generation passes on to the next everything they have learned about survival. These elephants live for up to 70 years and shape the forests they inhabit. Among the low branches and the riverside thickets, the rulers of the landscape are the vervet monkeys, small, intelligent, and full of personality. With their dark, expressive, almost entirely black faces framed by a halo of grey-white fur, they are easily recognizable. They prefer to move in the treetops, leaping from branch to branch with agility, but they also frequently descend to the ground in search of fallen fruit, seeds, insects, and even small bird eggs. Vervet mothers are very careful and dedicated, carrying their young in the early days, feeding and protecting them with great care. They live in noisy groups, with a clear hierarchy and a rich communication system of sounds, postures, and glances. They are not the biggest, nor the strongest, but wherever there is forest and water, they are present. With their agile leaps, intelligent eyes, and bold demeanor, the vervet monkeys bring a lightness, a vitality, and a movement to the heart of the African jungle. But for many, the true hidden treasure of Murchison lives in the swamps, almost invisible, almost mythical. There, among the reeds and aquatic plants, is the shoebill. A rare, prehistoric-looking bird, standing up to 5 feet tall. Its wide, flat beak looks like a wooden shoe, a perfect tool for catching fish and frogs. Today, it is believed that fewer than 5,000 individuals remain in the wild. Their presence is so discreet that every sighting is considered a real event. It is a symbol of the beauty and mystery that Africa exudes. To see an animal like this, even from a distance, is a unique experience.
One of those things that reminds us that African nature still holds undiscovered secrets. At first glance, Murchison impresses with the power of its water. But on closer inspection, one realizes that it is not just the river that makes this place special. Its incredible Murchison Falls. It is in this balance between power and subtlety that the forest reveals its true nature. The mountains of Ethiopia rise like true natural fortresses, with abrupt slopes, deep valleys carved by the Great Rift Valley, high-altitude forests, and vast plateaus almost always shrouded in mist. At first glance, this landscape may seem arid or harsh, but on closer inspection, you will discover that between the rocks and cliffs, one of Africa's most unique forests is thriving. A vertical forest, cold, silent, and full of life. The majestic Simien Mountains, known as the Roof of Africa, form a unique ecosystem where altitude imposes harsh challenges for survival and shapes some of the continent's most extraordinary life forms. With its thick fur, dark face, and an unmistakable red patch on its chest, the Gelada baboon is endemic to the Ethiopian highlands, and one of the most iconic animals of these mountains. They are a primate species that has adapted to live at altitudes of 6,500 to 14,800 feet. The males stand out with their majestic mane and a red hourglass-shaped patch on their chest, a mark that intensifies during the mating season, reflecting their vitality and social status within the group. Unlike other primates, Geladas are primarily grass eaters. This specialized diet distinguishes them from other primates and is a unique adaptation to mountain life. An adult baboon can spend more than 70% of its day grazing, traveling long distances in search of grassy areas. But the real strength of the Gelada lies in its social life. They form one of the most complex societies among primates, living in large groups of up to 500 individuals. They have an impressive vocabulary, with more than 30 different types of calls, used to keep the group cohesive or to repel intruders. These are the guardians of the Simien Mountains. They remind us of the extraordinary resilience of Ethiopian wildlife and the importance of preserving this icon of balance and adaptation. Just as the gelada baboon dominates the slopes, above them, another master of the heights reigns supreme. The lammergeier, a true guardian of the skies, complements the ecosystem of the Simien Mountains with its majestic presence and its unique role in the food chain. The orange color of the lammergeier's plumage is not natural. It comes from the iron oxide-rich soil in which it bathes to mark its territory and show dominance. This rare and fascinating behavior distinguishes it from other birds of prey. With a wingspan of up to 10 feet, the lammergeier is perfectly adapted to soar in the mountain air currents. Just as the gelada baboon is essential for the balance of the plains, the lammergeier plays a crucial role in the mountain ecosystem. By consuming bones and what is left behind that other predators cannot utilize, it acts as a natural cleaner. "600 miles from the Simien Mountains, in the heart of Ethiopia, is the Bale Mountains National Park. In this high-altitude sanctuary, we find another remarkable species. These Ethiopian wolves are one of the rarest predators in the world. They live at an altitude of 9,800 feet above sea level, where winter temperatures regularly drop below freezing. The Ethiopian wolf has a slender and elegant appearance, perfectly adapted to life at high altitudes. Although similar in size to a coyote, this predator specializes in hunting small rodents, which make up over 90% of its diet. They have evolved in a unique way, perfectly adapted to their mountain habitat. Their acute hearing is fundamental for detecting the movement of rodents under the dense vegetation. With about 500 individuals left in the wild, these animals are extremely rare and unique. They can only be found in the Bale Mountains National Park, where their population is relatively protected and has shown signs of a gradual increase. Our last stop appears in a setting that at first glance does not seem to belong in Africa. At the foot of one of the most iconic mountains on the planet, Mount Kilimanjaro. This territory is part of the Kilimanjaro National Park, a reserve of about 652 square miles, recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Many clear rivers flow down from above, fed by the humidity of the forest and the melting ice from the summit. They form a crucial water network for the region, providing not only for the local flora and fauna, but also for many human communities. Among the watercourses, one of the highlights is the Mataruni waterfall, an impressive cascade hidden amidst the dense vegetation over 230 feet high. This forest is home to a rich biodiversity, home to primates, antelopes, chameleons, birds, and countless species of insects and amphibians. We have journeyed through the heart of the African continent, guided by the rustle of leaves, the tracks of animals, and the mysteries hidden in the shadows of these great trees. From the deep forests of the Congo to the misty peaks of Ethiopia, and finally to the green slopes of Kilimanjaro. What we have seen is not just beautiful, it is essential. These forests regulate the climate, shelter unique species, and have sustained human communities for millennia. To capture these images and to tell these stories is also an act of resistance. It is a reminder that wild, authentic life still exists in the world, and that Africa, with its ancient, lush forests, still holds secrets worthy of protection. Under the heat of the savannah, every encounter is a battle for survival. The leopard is often driven from its territory and robbed of its prize by the lion. The colossal elephant fells trees, disturbing territories and forcing the rhinoceros to defend its water sources with all its might. And the African buffalo will confront anything that stands in its way, even a lion. Each member of the Big Five represents a different path to survival, showcasing the raw diversity and intensity of the African ecosystem. In the late 19th century, as hunting became a pastime for the European elite, professional hunters began to refer to the 5 most difficult animals to hunt as the Big Five. The lion often lies motionless on the plains, but when threatened, it becomes ferocious, reaching speeds of up to 50 miles per hour. The African bush elephant may seem gentle, but with the slightest provocation, its more than 5-ton body can charge like a living earthquake. A thrust from its long tusks can pierce the trunk of a tree. According to the World Health Organization, more than 500 people lose their lives each year in encounters with elephants. The Cape buffalo, also known as the Black Death, is a wild bovine so unpredictable that even the most experienced hunters are wary. The leopard, though smaller, is a nocturnal master of stalking and ambush. With razor-sharp claws and an agile body, it can vanish into the foliage. And finally, the rhinoceros. Sometimes, just a small movement from a distant presence can trigger an all-out charge. So, who truly stands at the pinnacle of the Big Five? Now, let us explore the only ungulate in the Big Five. Under the brilliant Savannah sun, there is a creature whose presence radiates a natural authority. This is the African buffalo, or Cape buffalo, a wild bovine built like a mobile fortress, heavy yet incredibly proud. In nature, they are not predators, but they possess a power that even lions must think twice about. They stand 3 to 5.5 feet at the shoulder, are over 10 feet long, and an adult male weighs around 1,500 pounds, sometimes up to 2,000 pounds. The females are lighter, typically from 900 to 1,300 pounds. With such mass, a single glance reveals the powerful muscles rippling beneath their dark hides. Their coat color also tells a story. Newborn calves are often reddish-brown, which darkens to black or dark brown as they mature. A buffalo's head is almost always lowered, not just for grazing, but as a state of constant vigilance. The African buffalo roams across sub-Saharan Africa, from the vast plains of the Serengeti to the open woodlands of Central Africa. They cannot live far from water, needing to drink daily to regulate their body temperature and metabolism. Their main diet consists of tall, coarse grasses, plants that many other herbivores avoid. A 1,500-pound buffalo eats about 33 pounds of grass a day. This intake not only sustains the individual, but also helps manage the local vegetation. Their ecological role extends beyond that of a grazer. African buffalo help shape the vegetation structure and are a crucial food source for predators like lions. Many other herbivores choose to stay near buffalo herds, taking advantage of this living shield against enemies. The Black Death. That is the name that locals and seasoned explorers have given the African buffalo.
not because of its coat color, but because of its aggressive nature and indomitable strength. This buffalo's power lies not just in its massive frame, it lies in the way they live, never alone. They are a symbol of the herd mentality, of discipline, and of an unbreakable bond. An African buffalo herd can range from a few dozen to over 1,000 individuals, structured into family units. Within the herd structure, males play a unique role. Young bulls from 4 to 7 years old, or those older than 12, often form bachelor groups. This clear separation helps minimize internal conflict and allows the herd to function efficiently under the leadership of experienced females. Beyond their fighting prowess, it is remarkable that an African buffalo herd does not move aimlessly. Their direction is often decided through a form of natural voting, where adult females express their consensus through specific gestures. The most recognizable feature of the African buffalo is its massive set of horns. In adult males, the thick horns curve down from the top of the head. At the base, the horns merge into a bone shield more than 2 inches thick, called a boss, a natural helmet. The distance between the horn tips can exceed 3 feet, and in rare cases can reach over 5 feet. And those horns can toss a lion if it dares to approach an angry herd. A typical herd of the Black Death has from 50 to 500 individuals. This number naturally surpasses that of a lion pride. In resource-rich areas, like the Okavango Delta in Botswana, herds can number up to 1,000 or more. A lion pride has confronted them on the floodplain. Even young lions must learn to swim through the wetlands. Otherwise, they risk being trampled under the hooves of the African buffalo. On the other hand, buffalo calves are often targeted by lions. A mother buffalo must both protect her young and signal for help from the bulls in the herd. When threatened, especially when a calf is in danger, the herd does not hesitate to counterattack. With their wide horns and bodies weighing hundreds of pounds, the bulls charge forward to repel the predator. This collective defensive response is known as mobbing behavior. But in the Big Five, it is not just lions that threaten the calves. The leopard, a master of the night, is also a formidable danger. The Cape buffalo has quite good daytime vision. A lone leopard is usually not worth chasing away. However, when night falls, their vision diminishes significantly. This creates an opportunity for a leopard to sneak up on the herd under the cover of darkness.
Taking advantage of the chaos as the Cape buffalo herd scatters at the sight of a predator, the leopard has caught a calf. During the day, if a leopard happens to cross paths with a buffalo herd, it will not even think of stopping. If the herd gives chase, the leopard can climb to a height the buffalo cannot reach. Then it waits, watching for a moment of inattention from the herd to escape. What gives the African buffalo its nickname, the Black Death, is not its social structure, but its reaction to danger. They are known for their aggressive temperament, unpredictable behavior, and extremely strong defensive instincts. Even when facing elephants, the largest member of the Big Five, they do not always back down. African bush elephants and Cape buffalo are often found together in areas with abundant water and grass. But during the dry season, when water becomes scarce, elephants tend to dominate, forcing the buffalo to alter their drinking times. However, the African buffalo has a presence of its own. An elephant may chase it away, but not by force. An elephant uses its trunk to shoo the buffalo away, but the buffalo does not budge. The elephant then lifts its leg and kicks the buffalo in the head. It is immediately met with a gore from the buffalo's thick, heavy horns. In another case, when an elephant shooed a buffalo away, the buffalo turned and stared at the elephant. It was clearly not pleased. Seeing the Black Death standing silently, the elephant backed away and stood still until the buffalo finally left. But does that mean the African bush elephant is timid? Let's find out. Larger than all the other members of the Big Five combined, and the largest land animal on Earth, the African bush elephant moves across the savannah like a giant sage. Adult males can stand up to 13 feet tall and weigh over 10 tons, equivalent to a fully loaded 6-wheel truck. Females are more modestly sized, standing about 8.5 feet tall and weighing from 2 to 3.5 tons. The most prominent feature on their body is the trunk, a true biological marvel. Composed of over 150,000 muscle bundles, it contains no bones, yet is strong enough to lift objects up to 770 pounds and delicate enough to pick up a single leaf. The trunk is also an essential survival tool. In arid weather, a single inhalation can draw up nearly 4 gallons of water. And with the 2 unique fingers at the tip of its trunk, an elephant can grip, twist, pull, or peel bark like a skilled artisan.
Their tusks, which are elongated incisors that grow throughout their lives, are both weapons and versatile tools. Reaching lengths of over 11 feet and growing nearly 7 inches a year, these tusks are used for digging for water, stripping bark, and signaling age and status. Their ears are another example of sophisticated biological design. Not only are they large and shaped like a map of Africa, but they are also filled with blood vessels that help regulate body temperature. The ears also enhance their hearing, allowing them to detect infrasound frequencies below 1 kHz, which can travel for miles. Their grey skin, about an inch thick and deeply wrinkled, helps them retain moisture, acting as a natural coat that shields them from the hot sun and insects. The African bush elephant is not tied to a single habitat type. They are found in over 23 sub-Saharan countries. In arid places, like the Namib Desert, they can travel over 120 miles in a single night to find water and survive up to 4 days without drinking. They are an essential part of the ecosystem. By grazing, thinning forests, and creating trails, elephants shape the landscape. Ecologically, they are known as a keystone species, a crucial link that helps maintain balance across the entire ecosystem. Looking deeper into the life of the African bush elephant, it is not just its colossal size that astounds us. It is its remarkable intelligence and the complex matriarchal social structure it has preserved for centuries. Each elephant herd is a close-knit matriarchal community, led by a matriarch, the oldest and most experienced female. In her memory are the migration routes, hidden waterholes, and fertile lands through the seasons, preserved like living maps. The other females in the herd, usually her daughters and granddaughters, form a stable social unit, collectively raising, protecting, and teaching the young. Meanwhile, young males around 12 to 15 years old leave the herd at adolescence, embarking on a solitary life or joining bachelor groups. At the heart of this intelligent and emotional behavior is a massive brain weighing over 11 pounds, the largest among land animals. With a highly convoluted cortex and up to 257 billion neurons, 3 times that of a human brain, elephants can process complex information with incredible precision. The brain regions associated with memory and emotion, such as the hippocampus and temporal lobes, are particularly well developed, forming the basis for their extraordinary spatial memory. A matriarch can remember the location of a waterhole that still holds water after years of drought, leading her herd hundreds of miles to find it. Besides spatial memory, they can recognize hundreds of individuals, both elephants and humans.
An elephant that has been mistreated by a person can remember that face for decades and react accordingly if they meet again. Memory is not their only strength. They have been observed solving problems, a clear sign of thinking beyond instinct. They use branches to scratch itches or swat flies, and even cooperate to dig deeper holes when searching for water. In field experiments, elephants have collaborated to pull ropes or manipulate strange objects to achieve a goal. But what truly astounds scientists is the depth of an elephant's emotional life. An injured calf is comforted with gentle trunk touches from the herd. When a member of the herd dies, the others gather silently around the body, caressing the bones and tusks with their trunks, as if saying a final farewell. Years later, the herd may return to the same spot as if to pay their respects. To maintain such an emotionally rich and coordinated society, elephants have developed a multi-layered communication system. They use infrasound frequencies below the threshold of human hearing to send messages through the air and the ground, reaching distances of up to 6 miles. These vibrations are not only perceived by the ears, but are also heard through the soles of their feet, which contain extremely sensitive seismic sensors. In addition to sound, they use body language, flapping their ears to warn, or changing their posture to signal intent. A recent discovery in 2024 showed that elephants may call each other by name. They use specific sounds to refer to individual members of the herd and respond accurately when their name is played back to them. Under the golden sunset of Africa, a creature emerges from the shadows. It is the African leopard. They are not the largest cats on the continent, but they possess a potent combination of strength and agility that commands the respect of every creature nearby. The male leopard is a paradox of power, a ribbon of muscles stretching up to 7 feet, yet rarely heavier than a man. It is a creature built not for sheer mass, but for devastating efficiency. In contrast, the female is more delicately built, weighing between 62 and 132 pounds and standing about 22 to 25 inches tall. This difference reflects a trait known as sexual dimorphism, an evolutionary process that helps each gender develop to enhance its specific survival role. As light filters through the canopy, the leopard's golden coat is adorned with its iconic black rosettes. Studies suggest their patterns are more than just camouflage. They also reveal how the species has adapted to specific habitats across Africa. Leopards in tropical rainforests tend to have smaller, denser spots to blend into the shadows, while those on the grasslands have larger patterns. Their entire body structure is a masterpiece of biology. Compact, but incredibly powerful, with muscular shoulders and legs. Though short, their legs are extremely strong, allowing them to scale vertical tree trunks while still gripping heavy prey in their sharp jaws. A leopard is often seen dragging an antelope twice its own weight up a tree. This is not an act of showmanship, but a survival strategy. Even more astonishing is their vast adaptability. From the dense forests of Central Africa to the high rocky mountains of Kenya, over 16,000 feet. This species can be found in most of sub-Saharan Africa. The ability to thrive in such a range of harsh environments makes the African leopard one of the most widely distributed big cats on Earth. Unlike the lion that relies on its pride, or the buffalo that finds strength in numbers, the African leopard walks a different path. Silent, solitary, but brutally effective. That solitude is not born of necessity. It is in their nature. Leopards do not live in prides. Each individual occupies its own territory. A recent survey revealed their diet is incredibly varied, depending on the ecological region they inhabit. In areas with abundant antelope or warthogs, those animals become the primary targets. But they also hunt monkeys, reptiles, birds, fish, and insects. But what truly defines their predatory prowess is not just what they hunt, but how they hunt. Unlike predators who chase with speed or attack with brute force, the leopard stalks like a phantom, closing in on its target. They move until they are only about 16 feet away, before launching a precise pounce. A single bite to the throat or the nape of the neck quickly suffocates the prey, ending its struggle. This method helps the leopard conserve energy, a vital advantage for a solitary hunter. Observations at Kruger National Park show that most hunts occur between dusk and dawn. This behavior helps them avoid confrontations with more powerful competitors. Leopards also possess exceptional night vision and acute hearing. Biologically, their hunting success rate is not exceptionally high, at only about 38%. They do not always win, but they know when to strike and when to retreat. Most importantly, they know how to keep what they have earned. In the African wilderness, leopards and lions are not allies. They are natural adversaries. A study in Sabi Sand revealed that lions are responsible for up to 22% of adult leopard deaths, primarily through stealing food or targeting cubs. In return, leopards avoid direct conflict. They retreat into dense forests, operate mainly at night, and use their climbing skills to hide food high in the trees. The rate of keeping a meal after dragging it up a tree is as high as 85%, compared to only 42% if left on the ground. However, lions can smell a carcass very quickly. A male lion has located the tree where the leopard has hidden its prey. It attempts to climb the tree to steal the prize. The leopard hastily climbs to the highest branches, aware that the lion might actually reach the carcass. Although lions can climb in some situations, they are not natural climbers. The leopard growls softly and quickly pulls its prey higher, watching carefully from above. For a moment, the king of the savannah is reduced to a frustrated scrambler, his power useless against the vertical world. Defeated, not by force, but by physics, he retreats into the shadows, his royal dignity temporarily bruised. Interestingly, the lion's advantage is not just in pride strength, it is also about size. A newborn lion cub weighs nearly twice as much as a leopard cub. They are also raised by multiple lionesses together, but a leopard mother is alone. That is why, when protecting her young, a female leopard becomes a fierce warrior. She often hides her cubs in rock crevices or tree hollows and guards them constantly, as their survival rate in the first few years is only about 50%. Lions hunt leopard cubs not out of hunger, but as a strategy to limit future competition. If a leopard cub survives its first year, its chances of survival increase dramatically, reaching 80 to 90% as an adult. But as adults, they face a new challenge: territorial overlap. If a lion spots a leopard in its domain, a chase is almost certain to follow. And although the leopard is often outmatched, it is never extinguished. It survives through adaptation, patience, and strategy. Among all species, the lion is revered as a king. But in the Big Five, it is just one member of the group. The male lion has a body length of 5.5 to 7 feet, excluding the tail, stands about 4 feet at the shoulder, and weighs between 330 and 550 pounds. Their manes, a sign of strength and dominance, darken from light blonde to dark brown with age. Around them, the lionesses have a more graceful appearance, weighing only from 265 to 400 pounds. The roar of a male lion can carry for up to 5 miles. It is a proud declaration, "This is our territory." But that roar is more than a warning. It is also a connecting call, guiding members of the pride safely back home. Hidden within the tail tuft is a hard, spine-like structure at the very tip, an anatomical mystery whose function is not yet fully understood. In the past, lions roamed across Africa, Asia, and southeastern Europe. Today, only about 20,000 to 25,000 African lions remain. Their ideal habitat is vast savannas and grasslands with acacia trees, home to wildebeest, African buffalo, and various antelope species. Unlike any other big cat, lions are social, living in groups called prides, a social structure unique in the feline world. Each pride typically consists of 1 to 7 adult males, often brothers or individuals who have formed a coalition. They share the responsibility of defending a vast territory, sometimes spanning hundreds of square miles. Surrounding this male coalition are 5 to 15 related lionesses. They are the core of the pride, primarily responsible for hunting, raising cubs, and preserving the bloodline. A striking feature of lions is their clear division of roles. Lionesses carry out about 85 to 90% of the hunting. Groups of 3 to 7 lionesses execute coordinated strategies. Some ambush from the front, while others circle to the flanks. This strategy is particularly effective for large prey, like wildebeest, zebra, or African buffalo. A study by Panthera and Oxford University showed that small groups of 3 to 7 individuals have the highest hunting success rate. Statistics also show that lionesses with strong social bonds are 30% more likely to live longer than solitary ones. Meanwhile, male lions, though less involved in hunting, play a crucial role in territorial control and reproduction. When a new coalition takes over, a pride, infanticide can occur. They eliminate the unweaned cubs of the previous males. This behavior, though seemingly cruel, reflects a biological strategy to maximize the spread of their own genes. Interestingly, prides do not always move as a single unit. They can split into smaller groups. This pattern is known as a fission-fusion society, a flexible social structure that allows lions to adapt more effectively to environmental changes. Research at Kruger National Park shows that leopards lose between 38 and 50% of their kills to scavengers, with lions being the main culprits.
Leopards often avoid areas with signs of lions and use tall trees and cliffs to avoid direct confrontation. A male lion spots a leopard with its prey on a dead tree. The leopard has not yet had time to move its kill to a higher branch. Climbing ability in lions differs between the sexes. Male lions have difficulty climbing to high branches. Their heavy weight makes balancing difficult. Their manes are not only heavy but also cumbersome, obstructing their vision and easily getting caught on low branches. It is unfortunate for the leopard. It can do nothing but watch from above. As for the lion, although it cannot climb higher, it has found what it wanted, a part of the prey left by the leopard. If, in the previous situation, the male lion seemed inflexible, the lioness, the main driving force of the hunts, is almost as adept at climbing as a leopard. A leopard has successfully hunted a young impala and carried it up a tall tree, as it often does. But two lionesses have spotted it and quickly climb up. Perhaps this tree is within their pride's territory. A confrontation ensues. Perhaps the lioness came not just to steal the meal. It was also sending a message to the leopard that it does not belong here. After a few attempts to approach, the lioness chooses to leave the leopard alone and climbs down, growling in frustration. But having a meal stolen by one lion is still better for a leopard than being surrounded by an entire pride. Such an unequal encounter was recorded. 12 lions against a single male leopard. They surrounded the leopard and began to wear it down. The leopard's most ferocious counterattack was to lie on its back and use its sharp claws to scratch any lion that tried to bite it. But that did not slow down the pride. One by one, they closed in and attacked relentlessly. Inevitably, the solitary warrior's strength began to wane. The circle tightened, and under the weight of the pride, a life of silent stealth was extinguished by a roar of collective dominance. The goal of these confrontations is not always to secure food. One explanation is to eliminate rivals or assert territorial control. The lion's favorite meal is ungulates, but in the Big Five, there is only the African buffalo. A single lion cannot take down an African buffalo alone. It needs at least one ally. With a powerful bite to the throat, its jaws clamp down until the buffalo no longer has the strength to resist. However, things do not always go smoothly. To hunt prey 3 to 4 times its own weight, A lion often needs to mobilize the entire pride. There is footage of 18 hungry lions struggling to bring down a single buffalo. In that scene, the king of the savannah's hunting prowess was on full display. The pride had targeted a formidable buffalo. The lionesses surrounded the prey from all sides, always dodging when the buffalo charged. It seemed the pride had finally overwhelmed the buffalo. But another buffalo charged in to rescue its companion, tossing a lioness into the air. It pushed against the lion's back and helped its friend to its feet. The mission now was to protect the buffalo's injured rear and find a way to escape. After a tense standoff, the buffalo fled, but with 18 lions in pursuit, it did not get far. A lioness jumped on its back and bit down, paving the way for nearly 10 others to rush in. The buffalo cried out in desperation. It was flipped onto its back, exposing its vulnerable neck. More than 10 lions surrounded it. But then they suddenly stopped and scattered. It was the same buffalo that had come to the rescue before, this time to spoil the party. With help, the injured buffalo stood up again. Its body was now covered in wounds. The interruption had rekindled the pride's determination. They bit at its legs and back until it finally collapsed for good. Only then did the pride get its meal. When a pride is too small, a full-grown African buffalo is not an easy target. A study showed that a lioness's heart makes up only 0.57% of its body weight, compared to 0.45% in males. If they cannot hold onto the throat, it is very difficult to bring down a buffalo. The bond between African elephants in a herd was clearly illustrated when an elephant named Lundi hesitated while trying to shoo a buffalo away from a waterhole. African buffalo are bold, and they are not afraid of another herbivore, even if it is 5 to 7 times their size. At first, Lundi confidently approached the buffalo. It lowered its head and flapped its ears, trying to appear larger, but the buffalo did not budge. Lundi hesitated, moving forward and then back, while the buffalo remained unfazed. Finally, the stubborn buffalo raised its head and looked back at Lundi. It stepped onto the bank, shaking its horns, showing it was just as stubborn. Three other elephants arrived as Lundi backed away. They reached out with their trunks to reassure it. According to researchers at Emory University in the US, elephants use their trunks to stroke, touch gently, or wrap around each other in times of stress or grief. Lundi turned back to face the buffalo, but its defiant, statue-like posture seemed to discourage it again. Only when all three elephants joined in did the Cape buffalo finally give in, but not all elephants are as gentle as Lundi. A shocking moment was caught on film. An enraged elephant attacked a weak buffalo. The buffalo stood no chance. Ultimately, the size difference still gives the elephant a clear advantage in a confrontation with a buffalo. In the Big Five, the lion is perhaps the African elephant's biggest rival. Lions typically avoid adult elephants and rarely hunt their calves. But when food is scarce, nothing is impossible. Elephants have one of the longest and most complex pregnancies among mammals. The gestation period of an African elephant is about 22 months. A female elephant typically gives birth to only one calf every 4 to 6 years. At Chobe National Park, a heartbreaking moment was recorded. A mother elephant was searching for water with her twin calves. According to conservation groups, only about 1% of elephant births are twins. In the wild, that number is even lower, about half of 1%. The lion pride had surrounded them, waiting to ambush from multiple directions. They were hungry. The two calves stayed close to their mother as they moved. The mother tried to shield them while staying alert on all sides. One lioness distracted the mother, creating an opportunity for the others to attack the calves. One was caught. The mother frantically searched for her captured calf, but the rest of the pride had turned on the other one. In a heartbreaking moment, the mother was forced to make a decision to save the one she still had. She could not lose both. But lions can only challenge a solitary African elephant, not an entire herd. An incredibly tense confrontation was recorded. A herd of African elephants was passing a group of lions. The herd suddenly became aggressive. Their roars, mixed with the swirling dust, sent the lions into retreat. As they approached a riverbank, the herd spotted 10 lions feeding on a buffalo. Whether out of sympathy for the fallen animal or some deeper instinct, the herd began to move quickly towards the scene. The lions responded with warning roars, but the matriarch charged, scattering the pride and lifting the lifeless buffalo. It was too late. Realizing this, the matriarch led the herd away, looking back with a complex, pained expression. When a lion is alone, it is no match for an elephant. A lioness resting near a waterhole spotted an approaching elephant. With no time to flee, it hid behind the waterhole, hoping to go unnoticed. The elephant probably saw it while drinking, but remained calm. Then, it sprayed water with its trunk, startling the lioness into a hasty retreat.